Hey, T-Sippers. I'm here to pick up where I stopped with the Jeffrey Epstein last. Let's see why I'm spinning.
Many of them were just
This is where I left off at. I tried to get some better pictures of Mr. Lover. No. I tried to get some better pictures of them hanging out in bed together. But let's pick up where we left off. If you don't mind. I tried to get better pictures. It's hard getting them. It's hard. Y'all ready?
good at what they did in terms of politics. Remember, world leaders are politicians in general. They're not scientists, they're not intellectuals, they're not great thinkers, they're great politicians.
At the first Trilateral Commission meeting that you remember in Tokyo, in sometime in the early 90s, do you remember what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they
It
were
looked like he was trying to get ready to
and they were worried
go
that
into
what would happen.
disguise.
How do you control inflation? And as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today. How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money,
Thank you,
really,
JJ.
money is meant to be local. It's U.S. dollars. Then I understand what it means. If inflation, it means my dollar today inflates, and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. I don't have. It seems that everything is great, but in fact, my dollar is shrinking in value.
If you
High five.
And you're the financial genius here. I'm just a lowly M&A guy.
Sure. If you let me finish the thought.
Hey, H0ME.
So if
Hey,
you're
Dorothy.
in America, you can feel inflation. Your salary's gone up, but you can't buy the same car. In fact, it starts to feel weird because the value.
This is why I wanted to ask the question. This is my point.
Sure.
The people who live and breathe this, the central banks, have been haunted by the
He was
specter
telling how he
of
was
inflation since
useful
the late 70s.
Yes.
First off,
to
tell our
these
audience, how did that
elite
happen?
people playing with numbers.
The two great financial events in the 20th century, I'm not going to get to the 21st, were the great inflation in Europe after World War I, the Great Depression, the hyperinflation in Germany that led to the rise of Hitler, and then this inflation in the mid-70s. Before you go to explain inflation, why is this specter of inflation always the central thing in central bankers' minds?
This is how he was able to
Because
teach
it goes back to
Clinton how to, not Clinton,
fractionalized reserve.
Trump,
The system is
how to
not
beat
well understood.
the system.
And most systems, in fact, are not well
Terrible
understood. We don't know how our
interviewer.
digestive
Oh,
system.
And the voice in the background is annoying.
The world banking system, the world currency system, the world monetary system
Yes.
has to be so well understood by
You
the
won't have to
Greenspans
hear
of
it
the
ever
world,
again.
and the Bernankes of the world, and you, right? The currency traders, the guys making
And sis
$1
don't
billion
coming
bets
over
every
here,
day, the legendary
but don't want
guy
to
on
hear
Wall
me
Street in
talk.
the late,
I done told
90s,
you
the
before.
Salomon brothers,
Don't come.
Louis Ranieri?
No, the guy that wrote the
I'm
money,
gonna talk on my
Michael
upload.
Lewis Poker?
Yeah, Liar's Poker. Who's that about? That great trader.
Louis Ranieri.
No, it wasn't the guy that ran the desk. That eventually
Can't
ran
help themselves.
the hedge fund that went long-term capital.
Yes, I don't remember.
Who's the guy?
I want to say, I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Lunar is big, but
Yes.
those guys have to understand the system perfectly.
No, they don't understand the system. They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is not only inflation, Most bankers are terrified if the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time.
They don't want my
One
voice
of the
in it
things,
so
the
they can
person who
use it
runs
like
on
it's
the bank,
theirs.
the
Get
reason the
down with
banks
that
don't
stupid
keep much
shit.
money in the actual bank is they assume
Donna.
that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day. So it's not,
He
it's not
probably
really the fear
is,
of inflation.
Frank
The fear
Brown,
is a
in
run on the
Israel.
bank. Everybody wants to take out
And
something
that's
that doesn't
probably where
really
Trump gonna
exist.
try to run and hide.
Inflation is tied to interest rates. It's a more complicated example. But when your money doesn't buy the same amount of product this year than it did last year, if it buys less and less, like it happened, you used the term hyperinflation.
Oh, I'm not.
Certain countries that are not managed well, like in Africa at the current, a $100 billion bill, $100 billion bill in Zimbabwe is worth 1 American cent. That's the perfect example of hyperinflation. It goes up, it doubles every day. So people are afraid that their value in the system starts to break down. But so if I said to you, does your doctor understand your body system?
Good night.
You'd say, well, I hope so, because I want him to keep me healthy. But you could have a kidney infection, you could have a heart attack, you could have a broken knee. There's lots of pieces of this system. And in fact, when you ask the question, very few doctors understand your entire body. There's a specialist for your knee, there's a specialist for your polynoidal cyst, there's a specialist for your head, and now we have specialists in different areas. So I'm going to get to your first question about Santa Fe Institute. The world economy and your body are both comprised of little systems interacting with each other and making one big system.
This is what's stunning for all the little guys out there, the populist movement, the little guys that haven't had a pay raise in 30 years. They think that these elites, have everything. The guys in the room making the decisions, the party at Davos guys. You're sitting there, and you don't think many people today really understand the complexity and really all the moving pieces and how they interconnect with the world's financial system.
No, not only don't they understand the complexity, and that goes back to Santa Fe Institute was an attempt of trying to see if there was a way to mathematize, formularize, or algorithmically understand what the term complexity means. That goes back to the original question. Complex systems are complex by definition. But there's not necessarily, it's not one level of complexity. We might say, well, our fingers are complex, the movements, the muscles of our hands, but it's not as complex as the blood system. Now I have a circulatory system. I have systems on top of systems, so that there's no
And this is
one
who impressed Leslie
or person that
Wexner.
really understands the way the body works. There's no one group that understands the way the financial systems work. You might understand U.S. bond market. Now, you asked about the trade of long-term capital. That was a bond fund, very small part of this very complex system. So the goal of the Santa Fe Institute was to see, is there a way to get in, somehow understand how complex systems interact? Fast forward, Steve, to today, where Google and these other engine companies, the other tech companies, are trying to build artificial intelligence. The strangest thing that they've found, one of the strangest things, is that the systems that they design, this artificial intelligence, which a lot of people
Mr.
have heard
Lemonhead
about,
himself.
is they design a bunch of systems. They're called neural nets. Terms simply taken out of brain work, neurons in the brain. Nets because they actually look like a net. They put in some inputs. The computers work, spit out an answer. Sounds normal to you. It's because you're thinking about that calculator you had in 1976 on your desk. When you ask the person who designed the system, how did it come to that answer? How did your neural net, can you show me the calculations? They say, no, we don't know. We don't know how the thing we designed actually came up with that answer.
I don't know.
That's pretty strange.
I have never heard Lemonhead
They take the
before
same neural net now,
for him.
and they
I
put
didn't
it
know
in
they
front of
called
a
him.
video game.
Oh,
No
that's how
learning,
she
nothing.
described
So
that thing.
to the computer, they say, sit in front of your video game and learn how to play. It seems that the computer learns better than any human in history, faster than any human in history, beats any human in history, but when you ask the designer how did it do it, no one knows. It just did it. So that's the first little touch of
Weird,
things that we already
simple-minded,
have gotten to a place where we don't understand
submissive
it, and we build it.
just like try. Well, that was his crew.
On Sunday afternoon,
I just don't see the
September
attraction.
14th,
They said
2008.
that
Sorry,
he had
It
swag.
was the night they put Lehman Brothers in bankruptcy in London.
I was in jail.
Seriously.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
financial
yeah.
crisis of 2008 happened when you were in jail?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be so amazing. This is going to be so amazing. I take it you couldn't
Lemon
you didn't have
swag.
your Wall Street Journal dropped off to you in the morning, your Financial Times.
No.
How did you hear about how did you hear about, because I want,
I forgot about this, but yes.
I'm trying to get, this is going to be amazing. This is, let's go back and do that again.
Wow.
Sunday afternoon, because I want to find
Wow.
out about people, the geniuses understanding the complexity of the financial system. Because I think the best example we have is the financial crisis, the crash of 2008. Sunday afternoon, September 14th, I think it was, 2008, is when they were working feverishly in Midtown Manhattan at the Lehman Brothers offices and at various law firms around town, and with the Secretary of Treasury and the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do with Lehman. They decided they weren't going to save it. And so they prepared to put it into bankruptcy at the open of the market in London the next day. How did you hear about what was going to happen to Lehman Brothers, and what did you immediately think when you heard that it was going to be put into bankruptcy?
I'm glad you asked that question. I was in solitary confinement September 14th. And again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail and my work release, which didn't come till months after. I'd been there since June in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back, a 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place which was called the Special Housing Unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people.
As you
They put me
should.
there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in an 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they would take the tray and close it down.
That new look and
And one of
glasses
the
make him
guards
look less
said,
threatening.
do you understand?
Is that what it
there's
is?
Wall
Because it
Street's
look like
crashing.
his skin is
I'm worried
bad.
about my pension fund. What should I do? And I said, sorry, Wall Street's crashing.
Thank you,
What's happened?
Teresa.
And he said, "There's
That's
some
the seal, the
crisis
clapping
and some
seal.
companies are going
Thank you, thank you,
bankrupt."
thank you,
I said,
thank
are
you.
you sure? And he said, yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all terrified. We're going to lose our life savings.
He's the
Because
alien.
we have either a 401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything
He'll
about money.
creep.
Mr. Epstein, can you tell us, like, what's going on? Am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt like this company called Lehman Brothers? And there's another company in the front page today called Bear Stearns. Oh, no, I said. Why? Because that's the company I was a partner in. And in fact, that was the company I had a very large investment in. So, as a great story, I didn't have my Wall Street Journal, but in the early mornings, you're allowed to make 2 phone calls, collect. And when you pick up the phone, you can dial a number, and when the person picks up, they say, you're getting a call from the Palm Beach County Jail. Will you accept reverse charges? And the person either says yes And the call goes through, and the person says no. The person I called was Jimmy Kane, the president of Bear Stearns. And I said, tell me what's going on. And so that my knowledge of the financial crisis happened with Jimmy, who was at the center of the storm, telling me about what Lehman had gone under, and they were trying to figure out a way, should they bail out Bear Stearns?
Did it strike you at the time of the mess you had made of your life to be in a situation that you're one of the greatest financial minds in the world, looked at by world leaders and asked their, your thinking by the most prominent and important people in the world, and here you are in solitary confinement. You got to make a collect call.
Ego driven.
Somebody did it
I
strike
agree.
you at the time how
Thank
how
you,
all the
Teresa.
threads
Thank
of your life
you.
had come
Thank
together
you.
and put you in a position,
Laughing.
you had put yourself in that
You
position.
laughing at him?
No.
So it never struck you when you had to make your one collect call, one of your 50% of your collect calls that day, you call the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns. The biggest financial event in your life is taking place, of which one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number two would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to apply your craft. Number three, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart, and obviously you're smart. You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you'd ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6x9 with a steel bed and your food being passed in through a slot.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
Okay, who was the other call to?
The other call was to my friend at J.P. Morgan, who was then, I didn't know it at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had two phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together when they're pretty short. So I was actually going between two phones talking to Bear Stearns and J.P. Morgan at the same time. So I found it amusing.
And it never struck you about how to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
You're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there and go, what the fuck have I done with my life that I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk, or I should be in my $250 million, the greatest townhouse in New York City, taking calls from the king of Saudi Arabia, the president of China, the head of Russia, the president of the United States, to save the world's population from a financial debacle. You honestly expect me to believe that never happened?
You're suggesting I was sort of somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation.
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. It's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip-flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown. Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops.
Flip-flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
No access to anything.
You had lived on information.
Except my Almond Joy bars. I had extra Almond Joy bars.
Did you eat Almond Joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No, it was just, in fact, I was...
Is it because you're wealthy?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Well, people would constantly come, if I was passing by or have to go for my medical, people would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about...
In
the beginning...
What were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes.
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal, thing is not true.
No,
It was all because you were rich.
yes.
And it was all because they wanted to borrow money.
Or get advice. Yes.
Where they get advice to
Which
go long,
Yes,
Are you
is
telling me
this time to buy?
You're telling me in solitary confinement they're interested in going long?
Yeah. They want to know
What
what
does that say
stocks.
about human nature?
Well, what I think the people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they were afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy. But what happened was, after this crisis, now it's on the front page of every newspaper.
I don't want to lose this day.
Sorry.
When you first heard that, was it Bear Stearns had been kicked into bankruptcy, what, 6 months before?
No, this is the same time. This is part of the same deal.
I thought, no, Bear Stearns, they saved Bear Stearns and didn't save Lehman Brothers. That's
right, they
six
let
months before they had bailed out Bear Stearns. But Bear Stearns was still a zombie,
It's not a shell of its former
a
self.
former self. But they had, quote unquote, saved it. Why did they make the decision in your mind? Why did Hank Paulson and Bernanke, this concept of moral hazard? Explain to the audience what moral hazard is, and why did they save Bear Stearns 6 months before, and why did the smartest guys in the room decide not to save Lehman Brothers?
It's a good question. The real issue is I'd have to go back, when you have these systems, to the way your doctor responds to any type of emergency in your body. If they might decide to save your kidneys and let your gallbladder go, because the gallbladder is less important to your overall system. If at that time, even it's not that long ago, the boogeyman was when said, well, what really happened? Jeffrey, what really happened? What is this financial crisis? And, some of the progressives and the right wing blame it on the banks. It was the banks' fault. And it's the fault of this very esoteric, unknown concept of derivatives. It was really the derivatives that caused this financial crisis, because the derivatives got somehow out of control, and like in the Mickey Mouse.
And that was the way you started your road to a billionaire went right through derivatives.
Yes. But derivatives were not the cause. Derivatives were not the cause at all. It's like saying your hair was the cause of your heart attack because it was on top of your head.
So what was the cause?
There isn't, let me say, there's no one specific cause. These are system collapses. So many times when you have to make your death certificate, when you say, well, what did he die from? They'll say heart failure. But if you say, what was the cause of his heart failure? Well, he had low blood pressure, his sugar was high, he was diabetic, he had all these other problems. But they say, no, we need a word on your death certificate. Did he die from brain damage? Did he die from heart failure? That's the financial crisis. Many people said, well, what caused it? They wrote, like on its death certificate, derivatives. But derivatives are not a fundamental cause of anything.
Was it Sunday or Monday? I take it was Monday morning when you made your two collect calls and you were talking to Bear Stearns on one hand and Morgan Stanley on the other.
JP Morgan.
JP Morgan. That was Monday morning. Did you, Jeffrey, being one of the financial geniuses in the world, did you understand what Lehman Brothers going into bankruptcy, the domino effect, that by Thursday the financial system would be under such extremis that if it didn't have $1 trillion cash infusion in the United States, it might collapse? Did you know that at the time? Did you view that at the time?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Why?
Again, I don't want to bore you or the audience with the idea of it's a medical procedure, but you had system failures. So you'd recognize that if I said to you, did you realize when your father was on the ground and he was clutching his chest and he couldn't breathe, it was a bad situation and he
Can I hit
could
the like
die.
button, please?
That's how I saw it.
Did you immediately think about the commercial paper market? I mean, the mechanical triggers that actually you had to blow through these circuit boards. Did you know the circuits? Did you understand the circuits? Or did you have a concept of the circuits that were going to get blown through?
Yes. but only because of an analogy to a body. And in fact, from my telephones against the wall with my little metal wires, because the next day I talked to another person in Washington about the issues of what I thought was happening, and I made the same discussion about the,
They were at the Treasury Department?
yes,
So in a 6x9 cell in
the phones were outside the cell.
in Palm Beach County, California?
West Palm Beach, Florida.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
That's what your juice diet.
West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. You're making a call to Washington D.C. to talk to some deputy secretary of Treasury.
Someone in Treasury.
Right. Someone
Right.
in Treasury.
Right.
So that mean him and Trump
And
when it
that
was
does
still
not-
cool.
The night before you go to bed, it doesn't dawn on you at all. You never have a moment of self-reflection that, how did I end up on this metal cot when I should be at the center of things?
No, I had a telephone, so I said, I can talk to, it makes no difference where I am, in fact. I'm still talking to the same person if I was at my home in Palm Beach. But I'm
The
here in
difference your home
jail.
in Palm Beach.
I can dial my
That's
own
bull-
phone.
That's bullshit. No, but you can also make 1,000 phone calls. Here you gotta make one, and he's gotta take.
Think how
the
much better that was. I had to decide who was the right person to call. That was unusual for me, because I would have called 20 people.
And what
before.
was what was the advice you gave?
I said,
So
you have a sick patient.
he
And it's very
convinced
much like
himself that
a
he-
sick
it-
patient in
it
the
was
emergency
better.
room. You can't think about it like your car. People in normal walks of life think about money and things as a machine. And unfortunately, so if your car breaks, cars are always easy to fix. My jets, my cars, if it breaks, I know it can be fixed because it simply follows the same pattern. If this part breaks, you replace the part and the thing works again. People and the financial system are not machines. They can't be fixed the same way. You can't simply take out the put some more juice into the commercial paper market, and that's like replacing the carburetor on the car. It's much more, I have a patient who can't breathe, has a stomach problem, can't see, looks bleeding at the same time. What do I do first? I have to think about it as a system. Where's the most logical place? What's the most dangerous place? If your heart stopped, we have to start your heart again. In the equivalent to the money market, why do I have to start your heart again? I need to get your blood flowing. If your blood stops,
No, it's not.
you're dead. If liquidity,
No, it's not.
which is the equivalent of blood in the financial system,
Y'all kill me
dries up.
thinking everything is
Liquidity
AI.
based on
No, it's
cash,
not.
Putting cash into the
forget
system.
about what it is.
Okay.
Liquidity is liquidity. It allows the system, it's the blood of the system. You need to pump blood hard into the body of the economy to keep it flowing. And if you're, especially when you're worried about someone dying, you're not going to be worried about the niceties of, well, you got the shirt dirty and there was some damage. Pump in that blood, keep that heart
When you
pumping
talked
blood.
to the person in Treasury on Tuesday, the 16th, did you get a feeling as you were sitting in your 6x9 jail cell in West Palm Beach, Florida, that they were on top of things?
No, you can't. It's impossible to be on top of things. There's no such thing. It's again the doctor watching the patient die.
You see, it's
you hopefully
timing,
have
it's
some
moving.
confidence that he's seen
This
it
is
before.
alive. This was an
He
interview. It's
recognizes
not
that there's
AI.
some steps he has to take first before he bandages the guy's finger or worries about what shoes he has on. So you hope that the people in charge, your doctors who are working on the emergency patient, have enough experience and, frankly, judgment to try to keep the patient alive.
Did
and
you
not
think
do things.
that they had those things, patience and judgment?
They had pretty good judgment, and you needed a lot of luck, just like in the dead patient. You need to, hopefully you put that blood in and it's not too late. And you make some mistakes, but you have to know you're going to have to give it a shock.
In the run-up to the September crash of 2008,
Yeah.
I guess you weren't occupied with finance. That whole summer, how long had you been in jail?
Went to jail June 30th.
So the entire summer.
Yes.
Before you went into jail, you were still very active in the financial markets.
Yes.
When you say active, you trade currencies every day, you trade stocks every day. When people,
I don't do any-
someone like you, or you give advice to people to trade stocks or trade currencies.
I don't trade every day. I think that's, like Woody Allen said, you can't beat the
Oh.
bank. So I try to pick my spots. George Soros picked his spot when the pound collapsed. This would have been a great money-making opportunity that passed me by when I was in jail, but that's not how I think.
In the run-up to that, in the spring of 2008, that's when Bear Stearns got in problems, I think, in the spring of 2008, and they decided to bail it out.
I need for y'all to hit the
Did
like
Bear Stearns
button.
guys talk to you for advice at that
It's
time?
79 of
The
you
crisis
in
of
here.
Bear
I need y'all to
Stearns?
hit the like button.
See, again, unbeknownst to most people, and it's easy to blame people for the financial crisis, like you'd blame someone for giving your father the drink before he had his heart attack. But what really happened, the real enemy of the finance system was Bill Clinton. And if you ask me what and who caused the financial crisis, I would tell you it was Bill Clinton.
Because of what Bob Rubin and he did to the financial, deregulate the financial
Because he was in
system?
bed
No.
with
Because
Donald Trump.
as of the last time we had our 60-minute interview, you talked to me about home ownership. And you asked me whether everyone should own a home. And I told you, no, it's too risky.
So the financial collapse of
'Cause he was
2008
in
is
bed
because of hardworking African
Bill
Americans,
Clinton.
Hispanics, and whites who wanted to have a ownership stake in the society that all rests on their shoulders. They're the culprits.
No, not at all.
Okay, then,
I didn't say they were the culprits. I was pretty clear it was Bill Clinton.
okay.
And why was it Bill Clinton? Because Bill Clinton wanted to get votes from those people. And he sold them the idea that instead of renting in a house, and historically the values of houses have gone up, and he said, you guys in these local communities who haven't been able to afford a house before, I'm going to show you a way. I'm going to give you a way because I'm sure I'll get your vote that you can own a house because I want your vote. So what we're going to do is I'm going to let you buy a house, Mr. Bannon, when you really,
can't afford it.
you're right on the border, maybe, or not even on the border. Your credit is not good. Okay, let's be honest.
With Trump,
And
credit
it's not
wasn't
my
good.
fault, it's not Bill Clinton's fault, but if whatever happens, at the moment your credit score or whatever it is, your credit's not good. Now, normally, you come to me and want to borrow money, I'm a bank, and I say, I'm sorry, Mr. Bannon, I can't lend you money because your credit score is not up to where it needs to be. Hopefully, if you work harder and clean up some of your problems, it will be. But no, what I say to you is, I'm going to figure out a way to lend you, not give you. I'm going to lend you money anyway, though you don't have a good credit score. And don't worry, I'm going to get rid of the term that you don't have bad credit. Bad credit sounds pejorative. You don't want to be a person.
Sounds judgmental.
Yes, sounds judgmental. So what we're going to do is we're going to call your credit situation subprime. Oh, nobody knows what that means. Subprime. That means prime is good credit. Subprime is not good credit, less than good credit. So we'll call it something that people really won't follow, and we'll tell you what. We're going to have people lend you money, though you are a subprime borrower, and I will figure out some government agencies to guarantee your loan. Though I don't think you're a good risk.
Okay.
So the banks say, no, no, no. We don't want, initially, the bank said, sorry, this is too risky, Mr. President, for us. We're in the business of managing risk. It's not our money. It's the hard-working people's money sitting in our bank. We can't lend to people whose credit is not prime. You're asking us to lend to people who are subprime. And he says, here's the key, if you don't, Mr. Bannon, I'm going to make sure the Justice Department charges you with discriminatory lending because you refuse to lend to my subprimers.
This is Jeffrey Epstein's
In
last
business terms, you should
interview.
never lend to. But
before he
what we'll do is
disappeared.
I'm going to form an agency called Fannie Mae and
It
Ginnie
was
Mae,
in the
just another agency
Epstein
names.
files.
They'll guarantee your loan. So don't worry. Don't worry. You don't have to pay it back anymore. Even though and maybe you don't even have to work as hard anymore. That's probably a harsh statement, but these players, these two big firms, Fannie Mae, will guarantee the fact that that bank will receive its money. Now, the bank says, wow, best deal in history.
I think he
I
looked
refused to
better
lend it to
here
Mr. Bannon, but now he has the big
than
brother,
he was
his
when he
Uncle Sam.
was.
He went to his Uncle Sam, and Uncle Sam says,
I
I'm
don't know.
guaranteeing it. The bank says, I want everybody. Give me as many people as you can give me. Because Uncle Sam is the best credit in the world. Not only that, it's the United States government. We'll take it all.
It made me
We'll
think
take
he's
as
still
much
alive.
subprime
Hey,
as
naturally,
we can handle.
Nolans.
Because it's the best investment for the moment. It's a strange investment because it has politics that has inserted its way into
You
the
wasn't here
numbers.
earlier. Did you see?
Politics doesn't belong in the markets. But now we're going to have, I want the
I'm gonna
votes,
have to
we'll make
pause.
guarantees.
Naturally, Nolans. Take things serious, guy. You missed it earlier. You remember when we had Donald on his knees for that pickle? You remember Picklegate? You remember Picklegate? I guess Putin must be mad, child, 'cause they done released them in bed together. They went from in the library, in the office, on the floor, and they ended up in bed. Oh, they had gifts and stuff. They brought each other gifts. I didn't see the gifts. They ended up in bed. I'm from on his knees, begging you, please, give me this pickle. What? And they ended up in bed together. Can we all just let's get it on? Oh, babe. Let's get it on. Yes, indeed. Yeah. They threw one in there. No, it's not a child. Let me get you. Every time y'all say it's AI, I'm putting you out. Yes. I can laugh at whatever I want to laugh at. It's a big deal. Big deal pickle. Oh, I found another, hold on. Y'all kill me coming over here trying to tell it's AI. No, it's not. It's coming out of the Epstein files. Y'all kill me. Oh, but I did see another one. Hold on. The bell curve. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you're trying to say. Is this it? Hold on. The documents is being that. I guess they gonna say this AI too. These people are crazy. Oh, yeah, the documents and stuff is coming out, but it was one. Hold on. And you remember when I showed y'all? Oh, let me stop the music. So you remember a long time ago, I showed y'all this video, and I said these wolves sitting here looking at these babies, and they have no idea that those are wolves in sheep clothing. This is the Mar-a-Lago party. Now I didn't know that that's what it was. I just knew that they were scouting these babies. And this is the party where he was selling these kids and checking their private area. You remember I showed y'all this about 3 months ago? Let me get back over there to his interview. Gotta make sure my tea sippers is caught up. Let's go.
That you who can't get a house normally will be able to get a house from the bank. The bank says, this is the best deal in history. We will package 100, 300, 1,000 of you subprimers and we'll sell it off to somebody else. And the whole system becomes mired in subprime mortgages. That's becomes the
What do you
issue.
mean mired?
Yeah, he should have fell
There's
off
too
that.
much supply. It's a supply demand problem. You get too much supply.
No, it's a very good question. What does too much supply mean? Well, then you get the people, go back to your first question to me.
Alex,
Government leaders. Government leaders know
whose
if they're
parents,
good,
they were kidnapped.
and they can do mathematics.
Or
they can
some of them
balance
no.
their checkbooks.
They was leaving
So certain
school.
people in Congress said, well, how do you value these subprime mortgages? The banks say we've been valuing them the same way we've always valued them for the past 20 years. The accounting firm.
And this is what they paid him
in this country
millions.
called GAAP accounting, which is a standard type of accounting.
Leslie Wexner gave up his
And we
estate
account for them the same way we've
for
always
this.
accounted for them. If
I don't get it. Y'all hit the like button.
we paid $1,000 for your mortgage last night, when we
They were prostitutes. They didn't realize that they were going to be,
Makes sense.
hookers.
I paid for it. What's its value? It's $1,000. That's what I paid for it last night. No, the Congress people said that's not really a good answer. That doesn't give us confidence that you know what you're doing. Because what happens if you have to sell it tomorrow morning? Something's happened and you have to sell it.
Wow,
And because of stress tests,
the new film got
would
Jay-Z
you
in it.
be able to value
Yep.
it at what you paid for it the day before?
But I don't know why we surprised, because Diddy in there too. I've been trying to tell people that even when Diddy had his trial, Yeah, I knew that. I didn't know about no Pusha T or Pusha P, but I knew Jay Z was in there. And about 6 months ago, I had a picture of Jay Z. Just the girls wasn't jumping up and down, but he was at a hotel and had a whole bunch of little girls in there. So I knew he was doing the same thing as well. Yeah, that was, I think that was when Diddy was in trouble though, when he was on trial. But yeah, there's a picture out there with Jay Z in a room where he was in the hallway, and he had some little girls, about like 4 or 5 little girls, maybe 6, in a hotel room.
And Wall Street says, that's not the way you can think about this. This is crazy. We always value things at the cost from the day before. And they
You
changed the
disappointed in
accounting
him.
method. In essence, to say not what it was worth yesterday.
Okay, so I used to say in the hierarchy, I said it was Ghislaine, and then Epstein, and then Trump, Diddy, Jay Z. That used to be my pyramid, but now I'm finding out that it was Ghislaine, Trump, Epstein, Diddy, Jay Z.
But if I have to sell, what would it be worth? That's impossible. So what happens is every bank now has to value
Now Trump not at the
something they
top.
bought yesterday
Ghislaine
lower
got
than
Ghislaine.
they paid.
I showed it last night, Starlight. Trump been knowing Ghislaine. Trump knew Ghislaine first through her dad, Maxwell. I played it last night. I played it last night. Hold on. No, she been knowing Trump. Trump. I didn't even know Trump knew her daddy. Baby girl broke it down last night. He even been on. Oh yeah. Ghislaine had the prostitution. Had the madam, probably through her dad. And so once I saw it last night and knew that Trump knew her dad and had even been on the Lady Ghislaine yacht, I said, oh, he go way back. Hell, it could have been him who pushed her daddy out there. I felt like it was foul play. Let me show it right quick. I figured it was some foul play, but I didn't know he went way back like that there. Oh, where's it at? Yep. And yeah. Trump. Hold on, let me find it because it's very important. I think I just saw it. Do you speak to Rose? I don't know. Is it this one?
Save time creating content and generate a high quality clone of people like Simeon
Yeah.
Mogilevich, whose name has come up, for example, like when mainstream media talks about Donald Trump and the Russian mob and all of this stuff, it all goes back to people like Simeon Mogilevich, whose name has come up, for example, like when mainstream media talks about Donald Trump and the Russian mob and all of this stuff, it all goes back to Simeon Mogilevich, but they won't acknowledge that he was a business partner of Robert Maxwell, and you have Donald Trump people like Simeon Mogilevich, whose name has come up, for example, like when mainstream media talks about Donald Trump and the Russian mob and all of this stuff, it all goes back to Simeon Mogilevich, but they won't acknowledge that he was a business partner of Robert Maxwell, and you have Donald Trump
Partying on Lady Ghislaine Maxwell yacht.
on the Lady Ghislaine, Robert Maxwell's yacht, in the same period in the late 80s, and I think it's interesting, too, you look at Donald Trump's reaction to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest, Robert Maxwell's yacht, in the same partner of Robert Maxwell, and you have Donald Trump partying on the Lady Ghislaine, Robert Maxwell's yacht, and Mogilevich, but they won't acknowledge that he was a business partner of Robert Maxwell, and you have Donald Trump partying on the Lady Ghislaine, Robert Maxwell's yacht, in the same period in the late 80s, and I think it's interesting, too, you look at Donald Trump's reaction to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest, he wants to distance himself, I'm not a fan, and then Ghislaine Maxwell gets arrested, I wish her well, he says. In Jeffrey Epstein's case, I think he was definitely doing the gotcha stuff and the ladder stuff to people. I think that's pretty clear. But in addition, when he tried to justify himself to journalists after his first arrest, he would be like, now listen, historically, the age of consent wasn't 16, and it's not that weird. Once they hit puberty, like game on, basically, is what he was saying. And people have pointed to, I think it's an op-ed piece that Alan Dershowitz wrote, and journalist after his first arrest, he would be like, now listen, historically, the age of consent wasn't 16, and it's not that weird. Once they hit puberty, like game on, basically, is what he was saying.
Those are the pictures of all the girls. Oh, wow. Those are pictures of all the, well, maybe not all of them, but of girls that he has graped with a lemon head. My God.
It's not that weird. Once they hit puberty, like game on, basically, is what he was saying. And people have pointed to, I think it's an op-ed piece that Alan Dershowitz wrote, and I think the early 2000s or late 90s, don't know the exact date, but he says something like, it should really be once girls start menstruating.
Dershowitz said this?
Yes.
This is why his name constantly gets brought up.
There's allegations against him, obviously, but
By the way, he's talked about it, and he's responded to it in interviews. Like, people have asked
he's very
him.
direct about
Yeah.
it, but I think that's part of his strategy. I think he feels like if he shirks away from it, people will assume guilt, and I think he thinks he has a better chance of, protecting his reputation if he confronts it head on. But I don't, the court of public opinion, as far as Dershowitz is concerned, I think a lot of people seem to agree with the allegations. But again, it's hard to know. When it comes to Epstein, if your name gets associated with him, even Epstein acknowledged in early 2019, he's radioactive is the word he used to describe himself after his first arrest.
Two things. Let's talk about when
so
the connection
I'm sure
came
there are
with
several
Clinton and then
different
when he met
rings.
Ghislaine. Which happened first? He met Ghislaine first, then he met
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with Ghislaine Maxwell, he's radioactive is the word he used to describe himself after his first arrest.
Two things. Let's talk about when the connection came with Clinton and then when he met Ghislaine. Which happened first? He met Ghislaine first, then he met Clinton.
Yeah. So with Ghislaine Maxwell, it's publicly claimed that they met in late 1991 or so. Their first public appearance together was when he sat next to her and her mother.
So that means that in the 80s, not Clinton, Trump was rubbing elbows with her dad. So she knew Trump before she knew Epstein, because she just met, saying Ghislaine met Epstein in the early 90s. Starlight.
He's radioactive is the word he used to describe himself after his first arrest.
Two things. Let's talk about when the connection came with Clinton and then when he met Ghislaine. Which happened first? He met Ghislaine first, then he met Clinton.
Yeah. So with Ghislaine Maxwell, it's publicly claimed that they met in late 1991 or so, their first public appearance together was when he sat next to her and her mother at a tribute to Robert Maxwell shortly after his death that was at the Plaza Hotel in New York. But, that was sort of, in my opinion, more of a coming out of their public relationship and this close association that followed from that point on of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I note in the book that there's differing allegations, and people are open to make up their own conclusions about it, that they met years prior. And there's also allegations from people that worked with Robert Maxwell when he was doing stuff for Israeli intelligence, including former Israeli intelligence agents, that Robert Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein knew each other in the mid-1980s and worked together on intelligence stuff, and that Ghislaine Maxwell had sort of brought Epstein into the fold because they had some sort of romantic relationship in this.
Who had the romantic relationship?
Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine, before 1991. That's the claim.
Is that how you would, how would you describe their relationship? Were they friends? Were they lovers? Were they business partners? Was it all the above? Was it weird?
Yeah.
Was it sex?
I think after 1991, it was definitely very business partner stuff. There's been a lot of
With Monday.com's
Thank you for the
intuitive work management
Sunday.
platform, you have the power. Not IT, not admins. Your
of the stuff out there to absolve Ghislaine, I think, in a sense, where they say, oh, she was just enamored with him and that's why she did everything. I think it's much more complicated than that. And the reason I think they've been able to sell that narrative so well is because they just totally ignore her father and her relationship with her father. Her father dies and she's used to being in this particular relationship with a man, in this case her father, who dominates her life and runs it basically for her and has for years, and then he's dead, and what does she do? She goes to someone who's just like Robert Maxwell.
So it's important to find out more about Robert Maxwell because he himself was a very, very interesting character. What do we know about Robert Maxwell?
Oh man, well, I mean, we could fill up the whole podcast talking about Robert Maxwell, to be honest. But really, his intelligence connections are a matter of record. He was very closely associated with Israeli intelligence. He was also closely associated with figures in Soviet and Eastern European intelligence to a significant degree, an alleged relationship with British intelligence. I mean, it seems like he could have been a double or triple agent, very involved with intelligence stuff. And that's why it's complicated when we talk about intelligence
007.
affiliations. Oh, people are like, Robert Maxwell was just Mossad. Well, it's more complicated than that. These people are interested in money and power for themselves a lot of times. So if it means, helping these guys out and helping these guys out, having your hands in as many pies as possible to rake in more money for you and stuff like that. I mean, a lot of these guys seem to do that. And Robert Maxwell was definitely a guy that sort of seemed to not just straddle different intelligence agencies, but also intelligence and organized crime, which is another big theme of the book. So looking at Robert Maxwell around the end of the 1980s or so, he went into business with Eastern Bloc mobsters in a big way. People like Semyon Mogilevich, whose name has come up, for example, like when mainstream media talks about Donald Trump and the Russian mob and all of this stuff, it all goes back to Semyon Mogilevich, but they won't acknowledge that he was a business partner of Robert Maxwell, and you have Donald Trump partying on the Lady Ghislaine, Robert Maxwell's yacht in the same period in the late 80s and all of this stuff. So is it really more of the Maxwell mafia or the Russian mafia, right? There hasn't really been an interest in connecting, those dots, right? And I think it's interesting, too. You look at Donald Trump's reaction to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. He wants to distance himself. I'm not a fan, right? And then Ghislaine Maxwell gets arrested. I wish her well, he says. And people like that used to be pretty close to this nexus, like Stephen Hoffenberg, say that Trump was much closer to the Maxwell side than the Epstein side.
From the father's side, Robert.
Yeah, and that it continued, that his affiliation with Epstein and Ghislaine after Robert Maxwell's death, talking about Donald Trump, was because that he was closer to Ghislaine than Epstein necessarily.
Well, let me ask you this. How was Trump's relationship with the Murdoch family?
I'm not exactly familiar with that, but
because these guys were competitors. Maxwell and Murdoch were not.
Were competitors, yeah, but Trump's mentor was Roy Cohn, right? And so Roy Cohn had a friendly relationship with Murdoch.
Got it.
So
and these guys are going at it, and this character, Robert Maxwell, could have been like a great Gatsby character because he would tell the stories, and half the stories you don't know if it's real or not. But at that time, you kind of have to believe it.
He's been described as like narcissistic.
Most of my classmates, they were also working adults, so you feel like you're in a place where you belong.
Like a very, very big on self-promotion, he was determined to make himself and his family sort of like the next Kennedys. He wanted to make a dynasty of power. That was what he was interested in.
Maxwell.
Robert Maxwell, yeah. And one of the top FBI special agents in New York, John Patrick O'Neill, went on record saying that Robert Maxwell, before he died, set into motion a global coalition of criminals, that he basically made a major successful effort to bring together organized crime factions from around the world into like a global, basically criminal conglomerate, at the same time that he has all these intelligence affiliations.
Wow.
And that's pretty significant, right? Well, I was just going to say that O'Neill said, if you look into that guy's career specifically, he was sort of headhunted to be head of the security at the World Trade Center, and he started just days before 9/11, and he was sort of pushed out of the FBI. But before he left the FBI and he made these statements to author Gordon Thomas. He said, I have people looking in, still trying to unravel the Maxwell legacy in New York. And this is a decade after Robert Maxwell's death. The Daily Beast, around the time that Epstein was arrested the second time, came out and noted that Epstein had attended at least 5 meetings at the Clinton White House with a guy named Mark Middleton. Okay. Last December, the Daily Mail obtained the full visitor logs. That number ballooned to 17. It wasn't covered in the U.S. Shouldn't that matter? That it goes from 5 to 17. You have this guy in less than around 2 years going to the White House 17 times. And he's not just meeting with Mark Middleton. His first meeting was Robert Ruman, former head of Goldman Sachs, who, by the way, Goldman Sachs was accused of being a major accessory to Robert Maxwell's financial crimes, including the stuff with the pension funds and all of that were involved in all of this crazy stuff. So the guy that is running basically the bank that Robert Maxwell is very much tied to. Robert Maxwell dies, and the first guy to bring Jeffrey Epstein into the White House is that banker.
So go to the Clintons. You were talking about everything with the Clintons. Why do so many people, when it comes down to Clintons, get suicided? We hear the story.
I don't have an answer for that, I can give you my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear. Why we hear these stories, and then I want to ask you whether you feel Trump has any kind of involvement with Epstein, not in regards to business, but with women, because I have my own theory there as well. But let's start off with the Clintons first.
Okay, so the Clinton stuff is really complicated, and even I, like with the book, I sort of saved some of that stuff for last, and it probably should be its own book, because this Mark Middleton guy, most of his meetings were with Mark Middleton. You have these visitor logs came out right last December. It's 17 visits. It's much more than 5 with Mark Middleton. And then just a few months later, Mark Middleton dies in Little Rock, Arkansas. He was allegedly found hanging by the neck with an extension cord around his neck and a shotgun wound to the chest, and it was labeled a suicide. A local court in Arkansas said that no media front taken at the scene, photos, videos, anything is allowed to be released to the public.
Huh, what? He was hanging,
supposedly,
but with a shotgun
this is again from the Daily Mail citing local law enforcement that, it's very crazy.
Listen, if you can commit suicide by hanging yourself and shooting yourself with a shotgun in the chest, you're a magician, is what you are. You're in a league of your own.
Yeah, and so this is right after it comes out that he's, meeting the guy that met with Epstein a bunch at the Clinton White House. But it's even crazier than that, because once you start looking into who Mark Middleton was at the White House, it gets crazy really fast. I'll give you an example. George W. Bush comes into office. Are you familiar with the first time Bush invoked executive privilege? Among other things, I think there were 3 things in the particular document that was, that invocation. But one of those 3 was all documents about Mark Middleton not going to Congress, which was investigating Mark Middleton. Why did Bush step in to protect aid to the chief of staff of the White House for Clinton, who's normally, he's not a big fish, right?
Yeah, what was the
Why is Bush stepping in for that?
Yeah, what's your theory?
Well, if you look into why Mark Middleton was infamous at that time and why he was being investigated, it's remembered really only by U.S. conservatives today, and they refer to it as Chinagate, which is kind of a largely forgotten political scandal. It's insane once you get into it. I personally think
Chinagate.
I think Chinagate's kind of a misnomer. You do have China involved, but really it's the same. It's some of the families that backed Bill Clinton when he was governor of Arkansas, the Riotti family, Jackson Stevens, these types of figures. When Bill Clinton becomes president, they have a lot of interest in.
Have you considered taking an A and AB training
It gets
course
deep.
or traveling to San Antonio and
China stuff, and mainly it looks sort of like a lot of tech transfer stuff to China, and so conservatives at the time said it was basically the Clintons selling out U.S. national security on a major scale to the Chinese government, or mainly to firms that were state-backed and tied up with the Chinese military. And Mark Middleton was one of the guys at the center of this, and Epstein's meeting with him at the same time that Chinagate's active, and oddly enough, in the same period of time. And I mean, this is why it's so crazy. Jeffrey Epstein, on behalf of Leslie Wexner, is involved in moving an airline called Southern Air Transport from Miami, Florida to Columbus, Ohio to run cargo for the Limited. And that's the airline that used to be Air America, the CIA airline. Southern Air Transport was involved in the Iran-Contra stuff, moving stuff, the Mena, Arkansas, Berry Seal, the cocaine stuff, all of that was Southern Air Transport. And then just a few years later, it becomes the airline of the Limited, and it's not going from Miami to Latin America anymore. It's going from Columbus, Ohio, involved with Epstein and Wexner. It's going to Hong Kong. And this is the guy, at the same period of time, he's meeting with the Chinagate guy. I mean, there's a lot of really crazy stuff here, and honestly, it would take the whole podcast to unravel it all. I've tried to do my best in the book, but there's really a lot more there, and it's very crazy. And the other guy at the center of this was Commerce Secretary Ron Brown, who agreed to cooperate with an investigation into a lot of this stuff, and then he ends up dead in a plane crash that kills a bunch of people in the Commerce Department that are at the exact part of Commerce, ITA, at the Commerce Department, that was basically the department most targeted by this particular group for Chinagate. It's so nuts. I mean, I would encourage people to read this part of the book because there's so much detail. It's so convoluted and insane when you get into the stuff about this. And even the congressional reports that were done about Chinagate, I mean, it's totally insane what happened. It's very, illegal. And there was a focus on the illegal campaign donations, but it was basically like pay-for-play politics. But it was pay-for-play politics where these illegal campaign donations location, but one of those three was all documents about Mark Middleton not going to Congress, which was investigating Mark Middleton. Why did Bush step in to protect aid to the chief of staff of the White House for Clinton, who's normally, he's not a big fish, right?
Yeah, what was it?
Why is Bush stepping in for that?
Yeah, what's your theory?
Well, if you look into why Mark Middleton was infamous at that time and why he was being investigated, it's remembered really only by U.S. conservatives today, and they refer to it as Chinagate, which is kind of a largely forgotten political scandal. It's insane once you get into it. I personally think
Chinagate.
I think Chinagate's kind of a misnomer. You do have China involved, but really it's the same. It's some of the families that backed Bill Clinton when he was governor of Arkansas, the Riyadi family, Jackson Stevens, these types of figures. When Bill Clinton becomes president, they have a lot of interest in China stuff. And mainly it looks sort of like a lot of tech transfer investigated. It's remembered.
Sitting in the tree. Well, no, they laying in the bed. They're not in the tree no more. Nope. They in the bed, Fred. They in the bed.
Really only by U.S. conservatives today, and they refer to it as Chinagate, which is kind of a largely forgotten political scandal. It's insane once you get into it. I personally think
Chinagate.
I think Chinagate's kind of a misnomer. You do have China involved, but really it's the same. It's some of the families that backed Bill Clinton when he was governor of Arkansas, the Riyadi family, Jackson Stevens, these types of figures. When Bill Clinton becomes president, they have a lot of interest in China stuff. And mainly it looks sort of like a lot of tech transfer stuff to China. And so conservatives at the time said it was basically the Clintons selling out U.S. national security on a major scale to the Chinese government, or mainly to firms that were, state-backed and tied up with the Chinese military. And Mark Middleton was one of the guys at the center of this. And Epstein's meeting with him at the same time that Chinagate's active, and oddly enough, in the same period of time, and I mean, this is why it's so crazy. Jeffrey Epstein, on behalf of Leslie Wexner, is involved in moving an airline called Southern Air Transport from Miami, Florida to Columbus, Ohio to run cargo for the Limited. And that's the airline that used to be Air America, the CIA airline. Southern Air Transport was involved in the Iran-Contra stuff, moving stuff, the Mena, Arkansas, Berry Seal, the cocaine stuff, all of that was Southern Air Transport. And then just a few years later, it becomes the airline of the Limited, and it's not going from Miami to Latin America anymore. It's going from Columbus, Ohio, involved with Epstein and Wexner. It's going to Hong Kong. And this is the guy, at the same period of time, he's meeting with the Chinagate guy. I mean, there's a lot of really crazy stuff here, and honestly, it would take the whole podcast to unravel it all. I've tried to do my best in the book, but there's really a lot more there, and it's very crazy. And the other guy at the center of this was Commerce Secretary Ron Brown, who agreed to cooperate with an investigation into a lot of the stuff, and then he ends up dead in a plane crash that kills a bunch of people in the Commerce Department.
I know y'all better hit the like button.
Change doesn't start with technology.
A double
It
tap the
starts
face of your
with
screen.
respect.
that are at the exact part of commerce, ITA, at the Commerce Department, that was basically the department most targeted by this particular group for Chinagate. It's so nuts. I mean, I would encourage people to read this part of the book because there's so much detail. It's so convoluted and insane when you get into the stuff about this, and even the congressional reports that were done.
I asked y'all to double tap the face of your screen or hit the three dots at the top right corner to get the likes up. Hit the three dots at the top corner right. Get the likes up.
About Chinagate, I mean, it's totally insane what happened. It's very, like, illegal, and there was a focus on the illegal campaign donations, but it was basically like pay-for-play politics, but it was pay-for-play politics where these illegal campaign donations were being obtained from non-U.S. citizens.
Yeah.
And it was basically buying influence of the Commerce Department seems to have been signing off on basically tech transfers of sensitive, like military and other types of technology to our ostensible adversary, and when it wasn't supposed to be sent over there, and also stuff about China's trading status, like most favored nation trading status, because Clinton campaigned on playing hardball with the Chinese about that stuff, and he totally reversed. And a lot of this is because of this one family that backed his political career going way back, named the Riyadis, that are actually Indonesian, but they're ethnic Chinese, and they have a lot of business interests in all of Southeast Asia. They're very big. They're called the Lippo Group. And the Lippo Group and Jackson Stevens, these guys have a relationship with BCCI that we talked about earlier back in the 1980s, and actually tried to save the BCCI Hong Kong branch before its collapse. And that's when they went into business with some of these Chinese government-owned firms. And that's where Chinagate really starts, and it gets really crazy from there on out. But talking about Chinagate anymore, you look at the first time Epstein went to a Clinton fundraiser, it was supposed to be for the White House Historical Association, nominally a fundraiser so Hillary Clinton could redecorate parts of the White House. I feel crazy talking about it just because it's so insane, but this fundraiser Epstein was involved in, he was one of the donors to that. You also have one of the guys instrumental in BCCI stuff, like Clark Clifford, who was in the Carter administration and played a major role in BCCI's entry into the U.S. financial system. And then you have a guy named C. Gerald all at the Chinese about that stuff, and he totally reversed. And a lot of this is because of this one family that backed his political career going way back, named the Riyadis, that are actually Indonesian, but they're ethnic Chinese, and they have a lot of business interests in all of Southeast Asia. They're very big. They're called the Lippo Group. And the Lippo Group and Jackson Stevens, these guys have a relationship with BCCI that we talked about earlier back in the 1980s, and actually tried to save the BCCI Hong Kong branch before its collapse. And that's when they went into business with some of these Chinese government-owned firms. And that's where Chinagate really starts, and it gets really crazy from there on out. But not talking about Chinagate anymore, you look at the first time Epstein went to a Clinton fundraiser, it was supposed to be for the White House Historical Association, nominally a fundraiser so Hillary Clinton could redecorate parts of the White House. I feel crazy talking about it just because it's so insane, but this fundraiser Epstein was involved in, he was one of the donors to that. You also have one of the guys instrumental in BCCI stuff, like Clark Clifford, who was in the Carter administration and played a major role in BCCI's entry into the U.S. financial system. And then you have a guy named C. Gerald Goldsmith, who tried to run for mayor of Palm Beach once, who has a bunch of ties to offshore banking complex, organized crime. I mean, a lot of the guys, not everyone obviously, but some of the guys that attended this fundraiser are financial guys like that. And this fundraiser ends up in Vince Foster's suicide note. Are you familiar with Vince Foster?
Yeah, of course.
He was White House counsel, and
For Clinton?
yeah, and he died. And there's a lot of speculation about what really happened there, because he supposedly shot himself in the mouth, but there's no blood at the scene, right? And the autopsy report said it was a mouth to neck wound, and then they changed it. On some pages it says that, on some pages it says, it was a regular gunshot wound, and then the people that were at the scene are advised about the autopsy late, and they show up, and all the part of the mouth and neck, the palate, all this stuff is just taken out of Vince Foster so they can't look at it, and there's a lot of weird stuff going on there. I mean, I know, the specifics about the death in the book and why people suspect something, but it's pretty much a matter of record that when police went into Vince Foster's office after his body was found, there was nothing in his briefcase, and then somehow, like 36, I think, hours later, the White House claims there was a suicide note that Vince Foster left, and it was apparently Hillary Clinton's office that was responsible for finding that suicide note after this extensive delay, and the only mention of Hillary Clinton in that suicide note is related to this White House Historical Association fundraiser.
Bill took him out for
At
fooling
Raising
with
Cane's,
Hillary.
we focus on making the most craveable chicken finger meals, getting them right every time.
So Bill was gangster. Bill a gangster.
There's this planned congressional hearing where they've subpoenaed the Clintons and some other people, but I anticipate that'll be a pretty controlled hearing. I don't think you're going to hear any questions about Mark Middleton or Chinagate there, or what Epstein was doing those 17 times he went to the White House. I think that's why they only want to keep the discussion sex trafficking, because it's wider than that. Epstein was absolutely doing a lot of really shady arms trafficking stuff and financial criminality, and they have no interest in getting deep in the weeds there.
Because that exposes other people.
Absolutely.
This is the other one we watched last night, I think.
Times he went to the White House. I think that's why they only want to keep the discussion sex trafficking, because it's wider than that. Epstein was absolutely doing a lot of really shady arms trafficking stuff and financial criminality, and they have no interest in getting deep in the weeds there.
Because that exposes other people.
Absolutely. Basically, what I argue in my book is that the network behind Epstein, and the reason why there's so many powerful people in this group, is because it's born out of this union that occurred during World War II between organized crime and the nascent U.S. intelligence apparatus. Which, of course, there was a lot of British involvement with that in the creation of the CIA and the OSS and all of that in World War II. That alliance officially happened. It's known as Operation Underworld, even though the U.S. intelligence community denied it for several decades. They now admit it. But that alliance, it was justified out of wartime necessity. We have to team up with the mob to win the war. You in my book is that the network behind Epstein, and the reason why there's so many powerful people in this group, is because it's born out of this union that occurred during World War II between organized crime and the nascent U.S. intelligence apparatus. Which, of course, there was a lot of British involvement with that in the creation of the CIA and the OSS and all of that in World War II. That alliance officially happened. It's known as Operation Underworld, even though the U.S. intelligence community denied it for several decades. They now admit it. But that alliance, it was justified out of wartime necessity. We have to team up with the mob to win the war, right? But after the war, the alliance provably continued. So ultimately, essentially what happened then is that a lot of these rackets that were previously organized crime, arms trafficking, drugs trafficking, sex trafficking, prostitution, whatever, became, rackets of intelligence services.
They got in business together.
Well, I mean, there's a litany of evidence of the CIA being involved in drug trafficking and arms trafficking via illegal means for many decades. And a lot of those networks that the CIA used go back to the same nexus. I mean, that's basically what volume 1 of my book is about.
But why would they be in bed with these criminals?
It's great business. The CIA and the OSS were really mostly Wall Street people. Wall Street lawyers and bankers, and it was great business for kids. And a lot of those networks that the CIA used go back to the same nexus. I mean, that's basically what volume 1 of my book is about.
But why would they be in bed with these criminals?
It's great business. The CIA and the OSS were really mostly Wall Street people, Wall Street lawyers and bankers, and it was great business for them to team up with these people. So basically, it's a new market. It's a illegal market with state protection, and so the CIA more often than not has gone over the competition for those markets, and that's why you have all these scandals, but no accountability for the CIA being involved in drug trafficking, arms trafficking, and all sorts of scandals over the years. But there's never been any accountability since there was an effort with it at the, during the church committee in the late 70s, but since then, the CIA investigates itself and exonerates itself every time.
Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to get my head around this. So whilst the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, is meant to be protecting U.S. interests.
Now,
Now,
is that really
they
the government?
define U.S. interests, I think, as something than what the American public is. So if you look at the CIA's earliest coups, their earliest regime change operations, they were done on behalf of very powerful multinational corporations, like Anglo-American Oil in Iran and the United Fruit Company in Guatemala, some of the earliest examples. So to them, protecting U.S. interests is protecting the interests not necessarily of the American people, but of massive American-based, multinational corporations.
So it's all economic defense.
In a sense.
Arguably economic defense, because wasn't it Guatemala? Didn't they remove a kind of socialist leader who wanted to return land to the Guatemalans?
Yeah. Well, that historically has been the justification for a lot of it, and a lot of the justification was sort of Cold War era stuff. We don't want this leader to become close to the Soviets, ergo we must remove him from power. But, the means of that have been pretty scandalous, especially if you look at what came downstream of some of those governments in Latin America, for example. Chile being a notable example where, Henry Kissinger and the CIA in 1973 orchestrated a coup against Salvador Allende, and then Augusto Pinochet takes over. It's obviously a still very sore spot in Chilean politics, but objectively, there's a lot of things Pinochet did that are really indefensible. He teamed up with a German pedophile guy who ran this place called Colonia Dignidad with his government's approval. A lot of people tied to the Pinochet government were involved in basically trafficking babies that were stolen from their mothers and then sent to adoption agencies at the U.S.
That's what's going on
off of this, and nothing was done. And he had a lot of really shady bank accounts, did shady arms deals.
That sounds like Trump.
The socialist guy is gone, but was it really any? Did it really justify all this other stuff? I mean, I'm probably going to get in trouble for getting into Chilean stuff just because, people will accuse me of defending one side or the other. But I think, obviously, Pinochet engaged in behavior that was really, really bad and should,
And it's interfering with the democratic process.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, people elect a leader, and then the CIA comes in and deposes them and puts in a dictator. I mean, they've done this around the world over and over again.
Trump.
And I mean, it's not even, they've also interfered in elections throughout Europe. They engaged in things like Operation Gladio, where that was basically teaming up with, the Italian mafia, interests of the Vatican, and the CIA-backed terror groups in Europe. Those terrorist activities were blamed on left-leaning people in order to get people to vote with right-leaning parties to prevent European countries from affiliating themselves with, the Soviet Union. But would they have even done that? I don't know. I mean, it was a preemptive thing. And so, I mean, eventually, but I mean, again, this is how the CIA justifies the stuff to itself. I would argue that a lot of it was about economic interests. And at the same time, a lot of these actors were involved in sort of backrooms deals with, either Soviet intelligence or Chinese intelligence or the Chinese military. That's sort of what the Chinagate thing ultimately circles back to. And
Tell me about that.
Really quick, I want to bring up this point. So Samuel Pisar, a very close friend of Robert Maxwell, who I'm sure we'll get into later, he was a lawyer, among other things. He testified to Congress in the early 70s about what he saw happening.
Been in there.
Chinese intelligence or the Chinese military.
That's sort of what the
Chinagate thing ultimately circles back to.
Hey, Harry.
And
Tell me about that.
Really quick, I want to bring up this point. So Samuel Pisar, a very close friend of Robert Maxwell, who I'm sure we'll get into later, he was a lawyer, among other things. He testified to Congress in the early 70s about what he saw happening, and he talked about the rise of the trans-ideological corporation, where U.S. multinational corporations were basically entering into all these joint ventures and becoming extremely entangled with state-owned companies of the communist East in Russia and China. And he said that this was creating a new economic system of governance that was making the nation state irrelevant. And this is in the early 70s. And a congressman was like, well, do you think this is a bad thing? And he was like, not necessarily. And he was actually at the forefront of making that happen. And a lot of these people, including people like Robert Maxwell, did try and further that kind of vision. So ultimately, if that was happening at the early 70s and they admitted it, a lot of these actors that justified things out of the necessity of the Cold War, just like they justified it with out of the necessity of World War II.
I agree,
It
Winston.
really doesn't add up with what the public justification is.
Is it even possible to understand what the mandate of the CIA is? Because it seems very...
Well, it's supposed to be to protect American national security, but national security for a long time has been this huge catch-all,
Yeah, of
right?
course, yeah, that's
and
what
the
I mean.
U.S. has justified all sorts of things under the guise of national security, presumably continued to do so. So, I don't really give that a lot of weight. I mean, so as an example, like the Reagan administration, when Iran-Contra was being investigated, there was a line of questioning brought up about how the group that was responsible for that in the Reagan administration had developed something called the continuity of government protocols, whereby under a vaguely defined national emergency, basically the entire American Constitution could be suspended. Pretty scandalous stuff. And one of the examples of this vaguely defined national emergency was a
They also
widespread
saying,
nonviolent
Harvey,
opposition
TMZ.
to
I'ma
U.S.
check it out
military
after this,
intervention
after
abroad.
this.
And when
The
a congressman
TMZ
tried to ask Oliver North about
is
this
in
at the
the Epstein
Iran-Contra
files.
trial, they basically shut down the hearing under the guise of national security. It's crazy.
I need for
Well,
y'all
if
to
you
hit
think
the
the
like
economic
button.
strength of the US is national security, that's a catch-all for protecting...
The American multinational corporations that openly admitted, if you believe peace, are intermingling with the state-owned companies of, China and Russia are ostensible adversaries.
But you could justify the protection of a multinational in another country by changing the
Sure.
administration.
Doing it the right
and
way.
you could...
Or re-domiciling them, sure, yeah.
And those
or
are the numbers
allowing
he's
or
trying to
turning a
beat.
blind eye to banks, banking, money from
Yes.
drug trafficking.
Yeah, of course.
And so it then creates a different set of rules for those within the elite gang of what they can and can't do from what you and I as mere plebs.
So, taking this back to the Epstein scandal, I think that's why they only want to keep the discussion at sex trafficking.
Because it's wider than sex.
Because it's wider than that. Epstein was absolutely doing a
That's-
lot of
that's
really
who
shady
numbers
arms
he's
trafficking
trying to
stuff
beat,
and financial
Donna.
criminality, and they have no
President
interest
Barack
in
Obama.
getting deep
He
in the
cannot, he
weeds
will
there.
never
Because that
compare.
exposes other people.
Because
Sure,
he did it the
absolutely.
right way.
And basically, this illusion
Trump don't know how
that,
to do that.
our world operates the
Revenge
way,
tour.
we're told it operates. There's this planned congressional hearing where they've subpoenaed the Clintons
Shout
and some
out to
other
President
things,
Barack
some other
Obama
people, but
for
I
doing it the
anticipate
right
that'll
way.
be a pretty controlled hearing. I don't think you're going to hear any questions about Mark Middleton or Chinagate there, or what Epstein was doing those 17 times he went to the White House. It's all going to be about everything that happened after Clinton was no longer president, which is, if you look at how the Epstein case has been treated with respect to Bill Clinton for years now, it only focuses on Clinton after he left office. It's the same for Bill Gates, too. They only focus on the Gates-Epstein relationship after Gates was no longer chairman of Microsoft.
So it's planned.
Shake it up with HSN. Get in on the fun. Shop HSN today.
When every second counts, staying connected isn't optional.
And controlled, the trickle of information, feeding scraps to us.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's defining the spectrum of what's what's interesting. It's a limited hangout. So it's like they define some, tidbits that are interesting within a spectrum, and people are so entranced by what's in that spectrum, they don't look for anything beyond that. They just assume that's all there is.
Because if we know everything, it opens up everything. It's Pandora's box.
Well, it is a Pandora's box in a way. Yeah, sure. Because
That's
basically,
true,
if
Rita.
you go, as my books show, if you go as deep as I went in writing those two books, and you could
I
certainly
hope
go
enough,
deeper,
I did.
it basically shows that,
I
we're,
hope
the
enough
world is
get
basically
turned
run by a meta cartel.
to do it.
Explain that.
Well,
Why is the CIA crooked?
I would
guess.
argue, it is a cartel. It basically operates with impunity, and they have no accountability for all of their crimes, even when they're exposed here and there. Some people just are protected and above the law, almost inexplicably. And as I point out in my book, it's a lot of the same actors over and over again, the same institutions, and you can see when one institution crumbles, another one pops up in its place. So as an example in the book, I talk a lot about the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, BCCI, that implodes in 1991. It's covered up by William Barr when he was Attorney General, who covered up Iran-Contra, the Promise Software scandal, and BCCI, all as being Attorney General, and later would return to kind of do that for Trump 1 when he was attorney general again. But after BCCI implodes, a lot of their portfolio of, organized crime and shady interests goes to the banks of, that are sort of related to this guy named Edmund Safra. And Edmund Safra dies in his home, supposedly from, the story is very bizarre, but from arson, allegedly set by his American nurse because she wanted to set a fire and then save him from it, but then didn't save him from it. Yeah. Anyway, he was very good friends with Robert Maxwell and a lot of these figures that pop up all over the place in the Epstein case. And then who absorbs his banks? HSBC. They basically take those over, and then HSBC gets exposed. I forget. I think that one of the it wasn't the Panama Papers, but it was like one of those consortium of journalists that published these leaks. Basically, revealed a lot of prominent people that were part of these HSBC Swiss accounts that had been inherited from Safra. Epstein was one of them. Some associates of Epstein, like Flavio Briatore, are there, but also, HSBC was laundering money for drug cartels. And who didn't go after them when they were in charge of the Bank of England? Mark Carney, who is now Prime Minister of Canada.
And everyone's leaving.
And while he was head of the Bank of England, there's pictures of him hanging out with Ghislaine, who's, Father Robert Maxwell was banked by Safra, among other things. So, this Operation Underworld, all of that, the formation of this nexus predates the founding of the State of Israel. And so a lot of these actors, and I note this in my book too, were involved with the arming of the Haganah and these paramilitary groups that later create Israel in 1948, and then help them set up their intelligence agencies. So that's sort of how you get all this overlap between, Mossad, Britain, CIA. It goes back to, the beginning of Israel's national security complex, really.
Roku's self-serve ads platform. It's easier than ever with Ads Manager. Sign up today.
There was constant hope that cancer cure and a magic bullet is right around the corner.
They need to pull that, dig up all those alleged bodies up out of the golf course. It's more than just his ex-wife there. It said it's a bunch of bodies there. Hold on. Excuse me. Can I get y'all to hit the like button, please? Get the likes up. Why do we have to do this all the time? What is... I have no idea what I just did. Can y'all get the likes up? No one hit the like button. Hello? Double tap the face of your screen and hit the 3 dots at the top. What is happening?
At Raising Cane's, we focus on making the most craveable chicken finger meals, getting them right every time.
Mountain Performance TV is the hardest working software in television. Get started today at mountain.com.
Thank you.
Whitney, some people don't believe that Jeffrey Epstein is dead. Some.
Oh, I don't. Oh, that's fine.
Some people are saying that they believe that he's still alive, but I think most of them do not believe that he took his own life. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very clear that if he did take his own life, he definitely had help in doing so, if that is the case. But, you know, frankly, I don't think anyone
Thank
really knows
you,
what happened.
Naturally
And I don't want to sit
Nolans.
here and be a gatekeeper telling people he's dead, he's not dead.
Do everybody know what time it
Most
is?
people accept he's dead, and so I
Say
tend to
blessing
say
for
that.
Auntie
And
P to
if
still
new
be
evidence is
blessing us with
presented,
this
I'll happily
information.
accommodate that. But I'm not going to.
Let's read it. Thank you, Natural New Orleans. Do everybody know what time it is? What time is it? Yeah, this is a blessing that Auntie Fee is still up blessing us with the information. Please show her your appreciation by getting the likes up. Hit double tap the face of your screen. Ooh. Or hit the three dots at the top right corner. Now. Salute to my grandfather who lost his arm. Navy World War in the Korean. Shout out and salute to your grandfather. Thank God for him. Okay, y'all, did y'all read the yellow message? We need to get the lights up. And shout out to Donovan's father. And no one is hitting the like button. Nobody's hitting the three dots at the top corner right. Hey, Dorothy. Somebody just took their like back. I hope you left. Thank you, Donovan.
Like dismiss people who say he's still alive because frankly nobody knows and there's been a lot of obfuscation about what went on the night that he was reportedly found dead and all of this. And so, you know, if people want to speculate that, and given, you know, things like the intelligence ties, his ties to powerful people, and things like that, you know, it's certainly possible. But, you know, more often than not, I mean,
thank you.
Cases, prominent people like Jeffrey Epstein that threaten, you know, powerful interests with spilling the beans on things. They don't want the beans, you know, they don't want the beans to be public, basically. You know, they can get off in prison even if they're under constant watch. So a good example of this that was in a recent article I did is this Italian man named Michele Sindona. And Michele Sindona went to prison for the collapse of a couple of banks, but it was all tied to this massive scandal involving this Freemasonic lodge in Italy that was called Propaganda Due, or P2, that was basically exposed to contain prominent business leaders, acolytes of Mussolini-style fascism in Italy, top politicians, and acolytes tied to this massive scandal involving this Freemasonic lodge in Italy that was called Propaganda Due, or P2, that was basically exposed to contain prominent business leaders, acolytes of Mussolini-style fascism in Italy, top politicians, and all sorts of very powerful figures, basically meeting in secret to try and undermine and subvert the government. And they also had ties to CIA operations going on at the time, like Operation Gladio, and also had ties to organized crime, specifically the Sicilian Mafia, which Luciano, who I mentioned earlier, the associate of Lansky, was deported in the World War II era, or I think in maybe, or I can't remember the exact year, but around the time of the war, if not immediately after, to Italy, and got involved in that nexus as well. So Michele Sindona could have endangered a lot of powerful people. And he was under 24/7 police watch in this prison, and they were checking his food and all this stuff, and someone put cyanide in his coffee and he died in prison, despite having all of this, you know, security to try and keep him from being killed off. He was killed off. So, you know, we don't really know, again, what happened to Epstein, but, you know, generally in these types of cases, they do tend to get offed if they threaten to spill the beans. And it seemed like Epstein may have been willing to do that. But then again, it depends on how important of an asset he may have been. And I think that remains to be seen. So I'm happy to keep, an open mind if new evidence is presented that supports that theory. But, for reasons I just explained and past precedent about similar cases, I tend to think he died. And I don't think he did it the way the official narrative says. But I would say that he definitely had help if he did kill himself, and that there's obviously, I think, something about his death they don't really want to come out. And I think, it would be embarrassing too, in a sense, for the current administration, because of course it was the first Trump administration when all of this happened. So it was the William Barr-led Department of Justice that technically has responsibility for whatever happened to Epstein in prison. And about a major aspect of the case in general that has been a theory about, Epstein's death in prison that has been heavily popularized or within Trump's base, which is, Epstein didn't kill himself kind of stuff. And then they, of course, attached themselves to that and walked it back once in government and as, the top two officials in the FBI. So, yeah, what do they stand to gain from it? I don't think anyone really knows at this point, because it's very, we have to be kind of speculative here, because we're not going to get an admission from the Trump administration about what they're actually thinking. They're obviously worried about PR and optics, and they have continued for months to kick this can down the road and try and make it go away after promising it so extensively. So one can't help but think, but there's things in the files that are inconvenient to either the administration, to Trump himself, or to people very close to Trump in his inner circle. And then that's why the documents are not being released for whatever reason. So I started a series. Hopefully the next part will be out next week. I have one installment of 3 out, sort of exploring some people in Trump's inner social circle going back a significant amount of time that could stand to lose some things if they, they may be in the documents based on publicly available open source evidence, And allegedly Trump has also been in the documents. But again, the Epstein story is so often they try and sift it into partisan boxes.
Trump tried to act like he wasn't in them
because
documents.
Of how badly this has been managed in terms of the PR optics side of it for Trump's base, have seemingly, smelled blood in the water and have tried to pounce on this and pushing to release the files, and are now talking a lot about Epstein.
Not all of them, Johnny.
The Biden administration.
You're speaking misinformation. Not all of them want to, are hiding. No, they're not. That's not true. Not true at all. Sasha Riley has not, and he's having to go to foreign nations to. No, you're not telling the truth. Do not come over here lying. Do not come over here lying. If they didn't want to go public, they would not be out there protesting. No.
Or before that, they didn't really talk about Epstein very much at all. Probably because Epstein had a relationship with prominent Democratic politicians, right? So it's kind of a mess, and it's hard to believe. Some of these congressmen, for example, that have come out and said, Trump's name is in the documents and they were going to redact it. That's very well possible, but because of how partisan.
Don't come over here lying for no PDFers. Do not come over here lying for no pedophiles. There are over 600 of them, and maybe 2 Democrats. So do not come over here promoting that propaganda for some PDFers. Curtis. And change your last name. You couldn't be a Christian. Get out of here. Bye.
Is until we see that evidence that they were redacted and all of that, it'll be hard to know. So again, I think at the end of the day, as I've said and maintained for years now, the Epstein case and scandal involves figures from both parties, especially in the wake of the Republican Party becoming very Trump-centric ever since 2015, 2016. And presumably it's problematic for this documentation to come out for some reason. But, again, we have to kind of speculate as to why that is, because this 180 has not really benefited the administration at all, unless there's something, most people aren't seeing. And it's also possible this 180 could have been planned for some purpose. We don't know.
Well, she didn't get that one right, baby, because them Epstein files are definitely
and it's hard
coming.
to know what's going on, especially because Trump has now taken the line that it's a Democrat engineered hoax, the whole Epstein scandal. And he didn't say that back in the first administration when Epstein was arrested and then died in prison when he was president the first time. Right? So why did none of that come up then? And why is it now a Democrat hoax? I mean, he was questioned about Epstein plenty when he was, in office the first time. And then, during the 2024 election, he did an interview with Tucker where Tucker asked him about Epstein. He didn't say it's a Democrat hoax. That's obviously a new line. So why is that being made now? And of course, there's a lot of, influencers that are, I guess, closer to Trump world than others that are very willing to, continue and promote this line of thinking. And then, other people in the online sphere have sort of taken it upon themselves to treat Ghislaine Maxwell as you pointed out, a victim, just as the Trump administration is moving to, they move her to a minimum security prison. Allegedly, she's been allowed into some sort of work release program. And it seems increasingly likely she's going to be pardoned in some capacity, which Trump has fielded publicly, both for her and for Diddy.
Nope.
It doesn't matter who came up with this design. I'd bet 99% of people have never seen anything like it. When you're doing outdoor sports in winter, the cold wind freezes your head.
Baby girl.
Before his sentencing. The way the media and the powers that be and whatever have tried to manage media coverage of the Epstein case is have it be like a
things have
partisan
changed
thing.
since then. She
And
didn't
so
get
the
that
Trump
one right.
administration is uncomfortable with a lot of the pressure they've gotten from their handling of the Epstein document release and the speculation that has provoked, right? And so the best way for them to get away from people talking about the Epstein-Trump relationship in ways that are uncomfortable is to move it to the other side, which, as I have said a few times, is the Epstein-Clinton relationship. So basically, mainstream media, and I'm sure this will be the same line Congress takes, may only really talk about an Epstein-Clinton relationship after Clinton was no longer president. So that would be the well-known trips that Epstein and Clinton, that Clinton took on Epstein's plane, like the trip to Africa.
And then
the
it
trip to
comes out that it's Trump and Clinton that's in bed together. Literally. All in bed together. You know what I mean? Let's get it on. Yeah.
These were pretty much entirely associated with Clinton setting up his post-presidential philanthropies, like the Clinton Foundation, the Clinton Health Access Initiative, and the Clinton Global Initiative, which Epstein's defense lawyers later claimed Epstein had a significant role in creating. And of course, the Clinton Foundation later on has ties to the Maxwell family. They inject $1 million plus into Ghislaine Maxwell's Terramar. Her nephew, Alexander Gerassi, works in the State Department under Hillary Clinton, and he had previously been a liaison between Isabel Maxwell's foundation and the Clinton Foundation. And Isabel Maxwell, of course, is Ghislaine's sister, so who has a lot of ties to what she called her father's Rolodex. So her father being Robert Maxwell, like a pretty well-documented Israeli spy, and some of the figures in those Rolodex are figures like Ehud Barak and Shimon Peres, former prime ministers of Israel. So, there's definitely a lot of interesting overlap there as it relates to, the Epstein-Clinton relationship. But I doubt they'll go down the Israel line because we're talking about, U.S. Congress, and we're talking about the Trump administration, who are very affiliated with the current Israeli government for sure. We may see some stuff about Ehud Barak come out in that. I don't know, because Ehud Barak was one of the people that pressured Clinton to pardon Mark Rich, for example. at the sort of around the as he was leaving the presidency, and then later, not that long after, gets very publicly involved with Epstein, and also gets involved with Ron Burkle, who is probably best known for owning a bunch of supermarkets like Kroger, I believe, and he accompanied Clinton on one of these philanthropic development flights, but also ended up hiring Clinton not that long after that. And Burkle, of course, also has pretty significant ties to Diddy in the same period of time.
There they go.
And I think Michael Jackson as well.
A lot better.
So a lot of, yeah, I know. You think more people would talk about Ron Burkle, but they don't.
Thanks
it's
for
strange.
asking.
But anyway, this is all significant, I think, too, because I doubt there is going to be any serious discussion if the Clintons are brought to Congress to ask them about Epstein's 17 visits to the Clinton White House in the 90s. I doubt they will go there. And that's because one of the figures that Clinton...
Spec, you been in the bushes, or you just not getting here? Specs. You remember that you been here, you just not getting here. Okay, so you you remember the pickle gate? I guess old boy mad at him because he leaking some more stuff. You remember Picklegate? Oh, Lord. They got, let me let it run back through again. You may have missed it. Yeah. Yeah, they done slid one in on us. They done went from in front of the cough in the library to in the bed. Ah, bam. Bam. From on his knees to in the bed. Bam, 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 bam. Did he forget that they were lovers? Ooh, I had to show it to you. I have to keep you up on. It went from on his knees, give me that pickle. Somebody leaking pictures. They added that in there. Come on now. Let me get back to where I was. Creep. 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 Creepy. Woo! You know I'm gonna have jokes, right? You already know I'm gonna have jokes, right? No way he would. No, Victor, please don't come over here. They're leaking. It's coming out of the files. So I don't know what it's. No, it is not. We already had the picture of him on his knees. It's in the Epstein files. What are you talking about? Chat, please. Donald. Donald and Bubba. He's in the Epstein files as Donnie and Bubba. I went to sleep and see you still dragging Trump and Bill. I came back. I had to go. I had to get off and get in some Epsom. I get magnesium flakes and soap. I'm losing. And he who in who guts? After Sasha done put the what is it? The fork and knife and steak, you know, made him shit that steak. Yeah, when you helped me support my platform, I didn't catch the picture. I just got here. Oh my. Y'all hit the like button. My lights ain't went up. Y'all done popped out the bushes to see the picture. She said, great pictures. Thank you, Ishi. Yeah. Y'all pop out for the pictures. I guess he was in Qatar. He was making bills, huh? Now I know why Trump what? Yes, indeed. Caught his ass in bed. Well, we should have known. I mean, that's why I said it's the... Oh, I made a little video about it. Oh. And I asked, did he piss Putin off? His brother said Putin had the pictures. Epstein sent the pictures to Putin. So I don't know why people saying it's AI when Mark has already listen. Y'all can think what y'all want to think. Mark in the Epstein files, Mark asked him to ask Bannon, did Putin still have the pictures of Donnie blowing bubble? Well, where y'all been?
Was most often, or sorry, that Epstein was most often meeting with was a man named Mark Middleton,
Clarissa,
who worked in the White House, because there is absolutely a lot of development flights.
I was trying to let other people post it first. You know, I don't have to be the first one to post it. But baby, I'm not gonna let my tea sippers not see it. Are you crazy? My tea sippers, we gonna be on top of it. You understand? Oh yeah, I was trying to do it and it was giving me an error. Hold on. Yeah. Y'all got to be on top of y'all stuff, baby. But hold on, let me get the likes up, y'all. He was on that flight. They was in bed together. Me and Mr. Jones. We got a thing going on. Let me see if it'll let me do it. It was giving me an error. There you go. Thank you.
Up hiring Clinton not that long after that. And Burkle, of course, also has pretty significant ties to Diddy in the same period of time. And I think Michael Jackson as well. So a lot of...
When your phone plan's as good as visible, you've got to tell your people.
I just switched to Visible. Unlimited data, $25 a month. What? You should join. Oh, I'm down. I can't share the
Well,
picture.
the other picture,
Yeah,
I
I
think
know,
it
you
was
think-
2012 was the day, the stamp on the picture when he was on his knees. I think it was 2012. And they were authenticated. All good Americans didn't want to come out. Yeah, a lot of them, yeah, it's just bad.
More people would talk about Ron Burkle, but they don't. It's strange. But anyway, this is all significant, I think, too, because I doubt there is going to be any serious discussion if the Clintons are brought to Congress.
Well, he was screwing the lefty. So what is this? Ain't none of this about left or right. See, you slow in the head. You gotta go. You still think it's about left and right. It's not. It's about, is the pickle good? Yeah, he always up in somebody's stuff. That's why he got that steak and knife. Yeah, Sasha had to serve him. They got pictures. Absolutely. No. You're not paying attention to the Epstein files. You're just running your mouth. I'm going to get you up out of here. Let me see who else got to go. You better watch what you say. Got to be kidding. Those pictures are not real. Yes, they are. With Trump, you can believe what you want. Okay. Bye, Jeff. I sure do. It's in the Epstein files. They talked about it before the pictures came out. Grand Rising. It's a good day. Thank you. Oh, their feelings hurt. It ain't my fault that they got caught slipping. They knew better than to do that in front of Epstein. Yeah, it's Picklegate, baby. He said it's a big deal. It's a big deal. You sure you want to start this? Oh, yeah, I can't catch the picture. Oh, okay. You knew that's why he didn't want it to come out? Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go.
To ask them about Epstein's 17 visits to the Clinton White House in the 90s. I doubt they will go there. And that's because one of the figures that Clinton was most often, or sorry, that Epstein was most often meeting with was a man named Mark Middleton, who worked in the White House. Because there is absolutely a lot going on here with the model industry, especially the John Casablanca's founded firm, Elite Model Management. And one of the people that I'll be writing about that's in the Trump administration right now is actually a protege of John Casablanca's, from my research, that got very involved with Trump in the 1990s. So there's a lot of very strange things going on around that, and sort of the elite hosted Look of the Year contests, which basically have teen girls, and a lot of the winners seem to marry older, wealthy men, like as soon as they're legal, or, you know, if you're John Casablancas, you marry them before you're legal by going to another country and tell people publicly that you like child women.
Oh,
it's
wow.
a quote. Oh my God. But I would,
Child
you
women.
know, I don't want to talk about an article too much before it's out, but there is,
He didn't show
there's a
up for a
lot there that
summons?
is very uncomfortable and needs to be, I think, very much looked at. But I would say, for example, trying to think of the best tidbit
He
to
erased
drop.
the
So
picture from the
basically,
Epstein file.
Elite, its European branch was
Hi,
run by a
Lisa.
guy named Gerard Marie, who was accused by a litany of women of all sorts of terrible
Can y'all
crimes,
hit the like button as you
including
enter
assault
in?
and trafficking. and he didn't go to prison for it, but it, you know, a lot of women came forward, and he, one of
How
the
do they not go
accusers
to
of
prison
him
for it?
said that she was basically set up with the weapons dealer Adnan Khashoggi, that Khashoggi paid Marie 50 grand just to meet her, and that she was pressured by him and Khashoggi into basically becoming his girlfriend when she was very, very young. And, you know, this is in the 80s. Khashoggi is, you know, was allegedly, according to Vicky Ward, a client of Jeffrey Epstein's at the time, and was one of the main figures in the Iran-Contra operation, which was CIA and Israeli intelligence. And Robert Maxwell was involved in Iran-Contra, and a lot of these figures that you see in the Epstein scandal as well. So, I mean, it seems like it branches out a lot more than, you know, people would like to think, to say the least.
Ladies, did you know right now Fabletics is having a sale where all of their bags is 80%?
It's really bizarre, particularly the most bizarre of it all would be Trump's own response. He obviously fails to understand how a large segment of his base feels about this case. I think a lot of people have forgotten that Jeffrey Epstein's death in prison happened during the first Trump administration. So anything that would be released that would suggest that something unusual happened the night that he died would come back to roost for the previous Trump Department of Justice and presumably former Attorney General William Barr. In the 2024 campaign, there was a lot of signaling, not just from Trump, but from, you know, J.D. Vance and some of these other figures, some of Trump's children, you know, on social media, and I believe also interviews, basically promising the release of Epstein documents if Trump were to be elected. And this is also true of things that were stated by the current FBI director and FBI deputy director a few months before things really exploded with Trump getting kind of feisty on his social media posts. We had, you know, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and sort of basically come out and say Epstein definitely
but did they say that it was AI when Epstein brother asked Bannon about him blowing bubble? Was it AI then? When he said that about the pictures? Don't get mad at us, cause he a nasty freak. He like Mikey. He do anything and anybody. Yeah. He's a nasty freak. Epstein brother. Epstein brother. Epstein brother. In the emails, when the emails came out, it was an email between him and his brother when he was with Bannon, and he said, ask Bannon, do Putin still have the pictures when Donnie blew Bubba? And Bubba is Bill Clinton. So if you're going to say it's AI and not real, then that means talk to Mark Epstein. Okay.
And all the stuff, and then Pam Bondi kind of followed suit, and then they released this video that has a minute missing, which obviously you know, is going to make.
I want to hear old boy talk about Harvey Levin. What he's saying, he said Harvey Levin is in the Epstein file, and I'm not surprised because of the way he kept trying to protect Diddy and
the durability, the cutting edge, and the accessibility of having multiple tools in one really make
he never thought it was gonna come out.
Shake it up with HSN. Get in on the fun. Shop HSN today.
Burning cookies.
Beautiful one forever. You sent that $100 to the Cash App the other day. I love you and I appreciate you. Jasmine McKnight. Salute this video, you guys. Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second.
Harvey, you in the Epstein file. I am not surprised.
We're going to get right into this video, you guys. So, let's get into it. Harvey, you are in the Epstein files, man.
Oh, my God.
Now, Harvey.
Let's go. Shout out the ticket.
From TMZ, Harvey Levin.
Harvey Levin.
Oh, yeah, the one and only. Right?
Always.
And the Epstein files, the 3 billion files that were unsealed yesterday. Mr. Harvey, the founder of TMZ, right? There was a 2011 email exchange released as a part of the late Virginia Giuffre, the woman who they alleged took her own life, even though she was middle-aged, really didn't have any reported health problems, and out of the blue, they said she just took her life. Versus the Ghislaine Maxwell case. Virginia Giuffre versus Ghislaine Maxwell litigation case.
That's how he
right?
got
the woman who's in prison right now, 20 years for aiding and abetting Jeffrey Epstein and all those heinous crimes. Well, the public relations consultant, a man by the name of Mike Citrick, referred to TMZ's Mr. Harvey Levin as a quote-unquote good friend. And he suggested contacting in an email that I'm about to reveal to y'all.
Oh, my.
Contacting his good friend Harvey Levin to run a story on Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, and her quote-unquote backpedaling related to the Epstein scandals, which could aid in Epstein's PR efforts to defend himself and discredit accusers. The email chain also discussed strategies, issuing statements to the press and countering negative coverage. This appears in redacted Epstein files hosted by various public archives.
Y'all follow Specs and support the platform. The tea is hot.
There is no public evidence that Harvey actually participated or assisted in this campaign, right? Or participated in any of Jeffrey Epstein's criminal activities, right? Or that he had personal interaction with him, right? But there is now, unfortunately, this email that you guys see on your screen right here in front of your very face, that very email right there, to Jeffrey Epstein from the public relations consultant, Mike Citrick. This was on Wednesday, March the 9th, 2011 at 6:29 p.m. And he said to Jeffrey Epstein, tried to call you. Harvey Levin, who runs TMZ, is a good friend. They haven't reported on this at all. Woo! Woo! That blowing socks off. What you mean? TMZ didn't report on it? The same TMZ that reports on everything first? TMZ who beats everybody to the story? For some reason, let's go back and read that again. It makes me quiver. Tried to call you. This is to Jeffrey Epstein from the Public Relations March Day. Tried to call you, man. Harvey Levin, who runs TMZ, is a good friend. They haven't reported on this at all, but I might be able to get him to do something on the Duchess for her backpedaling. Jeffrey responded and says, I'll save for the right time. Mark responded and said okay with leaking to the British press, but think we need to get a statement out. Back to Jeffrey. He says, Zuckerman. Now, who is Zuckerman? Who is Zuckerman? I'm trying to figure out, because I've heard of Zuckerman, but I'm trying to figure out who is Zuckerman.
Ain't that the Facebook guy? Mark Zuckerman?
Now, there's a few Zuckermans I know I've heard about, but I'm wondering what Zuckerman they're referring to.
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice.
I know of one very big Zuckerman. He's got a lot of cake.
Mark, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Got a lot of cheese, you know what I'm saying? We won't even go to that because I don't know if that's him or not. But anyways, Zuckerman suggested shorter and punchier. No attack on the press. Plead guilty to solicitation. No tabloid exaggeration of PDFers. She paid a price. No allegations of MINORS since 2005. Suggests leaking to London press the absurdity of Fergie's statements. There were law enforcement people in my office when I was on work release that let her in. Harvey, now you have not been accused of a crime, Harvey. You have not been. But Harvey, why would these guys have your name all up in their mouth? The man said at the top, Harvey, he said to Jeffrey Epstein, and he was talking about you. He said, tried to call you. Harvey Levin, who runs TMZ, is a good friend. They haven't reported on this at all. TMZ, who reports on everything, didn't report on that. But I might be able to get him to do something on the Duchess and her backpedaling. And Jeffrey Epstein, like again, once I say again, he says, hey man, I'll save for the right time. And then good old Mark writes back and says, hey man, okay, we're leaking it to the British press, but think we need to get a statement out. And then Epstein in that last sentence, Harvey, we're not saying you're guilty. We're just asking you, Harvey. We want to ask you a real question, Harvey. Why is your name, Harvey? Harvey, we asking you a question. That's all. We not, slander none of that. We just asking you the same way you ask questions. The same way you asked that lady. You and the other dude over there, y'all asked that lady when Futon was up there running his mouth about Corey. Y'all asked that lady, was she going to pursue charges against Corey for putting their hands on her? Now, I'm going to ask you a question, Harvey. Harvey, do you know anything about these people putting your name in their mouth? This man says you're a good friend of his. Now, Harvey, we don't want to think that you would run in any of these circles. Now, we're not accusing you. We're asking.
The other day, he said he would talk to Trump on the phone almost every day.
You had to talk about this. And I seen Mark Garagos over there capping over on News Nation. Yeah, I see everything. I seen Mark Garagos over there capping on News Nation talking about something. I don't think that we need to let all the files. See, I'm going to tell you, man, you need to... No, you're rolling, shut your mouth.
They don't want all the files out, baby.
Unredacted. We want all of the files unredacted. We don't want none of it covered up. Just cover up the victims' names. That's it.
That's it.
everybody else is fair game. So the question is, did Harvey have a relationship with these people?
Yes.
We don't know. No.
Yeah, he said it.
We don't know. No, we don't know. No. Harvey, the question is, why didn't TMZ run a story like y'all always do first? I guess you don't know.
No.
Bring your ass, Harvey. Hey, dog, we got a question for you, bro. Hey, now, Harvey, we got a question for you, Playboy. Why is you in them files, man? They talking about you, man. They got you in them files, man. Hey, Harvey, you know it's 3 million. We've only been 24 hours. So, you know, any rational person that's looking through 3 million pages, this is going to go on all year. I want y'all to think about this. How long do y'all think it's going to take a person to go through 3 million files? Oh, my God. Hey, look, that's like counting $3 million in ones. You're going to be here for almost damn near 4 months.
Yeah, I ain't going to do all that.
That's why people have to use money counters. Ain't nobody counting $3 million by hand in ones. Remember, you got to go through each page. So this is going to be diabolical work right here. Finding out everything that's unrelated. And you better believe, every single day, every single night, it's going to be new information coming out. So guess what, y'all?
Mm-hmm.
They can't really say nothing. Nobody can really say nothing. Because nobody knows what's around the corner. Because all the Epstein files was released at the same damn time the other day.
They need to go and release all the rest of them.
Now, Harvey, you got to go on that podcast, man.
You'll be fine.
Better tell on yourself.
I'll take this.
You sure? It's permanent. He got you up in these emails, man. You got a dude that's a PR guy. A PR guy for Ghislaine Maxwell, who's currently serving a 20-year prison sentence, sir. 20 years in the bank for some of the most heinous crimes known to mankind. That's her PR guy. And he say that you are a good friend.
You can barely get through 6 in one night.
You haven't reported on this at all. He says, but I might be able to get him to do something on the Duchess and her backpedaling. Now, you guys to tell me and everybody else that's watching this stream, why are these people? First of all, we want to know, are you friends with the PR guy for Ghislaine Maxwell? We need to understand that. Are you friends with him? Are you friends with the PR guy? So was he lying when he said y'all was good? You was his good friend? We need to know that. That's first and foremost. Then
he said a lot of friends will be hurt.
Is it true what he said?
He don't care nothing about the victims, though.
And did you have any involvement? That's all we want to know, man.
He don't care nothing about the victims being hurt.
Dare do that. We wouldn't do that, Harvey, man. We wouldn't accuse you of nothing, man. You understand what I'm saying, dog? We ain't trying to do that, man. You know what I'm saying? We just looking in the files, man. You know what I'm saying? Shit popped up.
No, we do not. We do not entertain the PDF lovers.
See, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Y'all have to notice, and you have to realize the people that's online that have selective smoke, right? They ain't got.
I need for y'all to double tap the face of the screen, hit the like button, get the likes up. Are y'all crazy? Y'all know what time it is? Hit the like button, or politely go somewhere else. Double tap the face of your screen or hit the like button. Don't lie on the Democrats. They got 600 Republicans in there. Don't come over here lying. Hit the like button. But don't come over here lying. If they had six, he said it was a Democratic hoax. And you know good and damn well he wouldn't be scared to release the Epstein files if it was about the Democrats. All of them would have been out if it was Democrats up in there. Thank you, Billy, for the flowers. Thank you for helping me attempt to reach my goal. I need 7 more people to help me reach my goal. 6 more people. Come on. Hit the like button. Get the likes. Oh, ouch, 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 ouch. Ah, ouch, 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 ouch.
Smoke for everybody. They only got smoke for a few bodies. If you ain't got smoke for everybody, body, you are compromised.
Wow.
I'm gonna say it again. If you don't have smoke all the way down the line, if your record button only work when it's Diddy or Jay-Z, know your role and shut your channel down. Just shut your mouth. We don't want to hear nothing else from you. We don't want to hear nothing. We want you to go record when it's something about Bill, when it's something about Joe, when it's something about Donald.
Yeah, talk about Donald.
Even when it's something
about you.
Harvey. Weinstein. Levin. Hey, Harvey. I need you to answer that question, dog. Hey, man. And I salute everybody who support my channel. Y'all already know what it is. And to the person who says sensationalism, no, this ain't sensationalizing nothing, man. Because let me tell you something, baby. The one thing Ticket don't do, I don't come in here and play with you, girl. You must not know how I get down. I'm thorough. I'm built like that, girl. I'm cut from a whole different cloth, baby. Ain't no sensationalizing. See, let me tell you something, baby. You can't sensationalize what's on that paperwork right there. See, this is why people like y'all, you can't beat me. You cannot sensationalize what's in them emails and in them messages. That's not sensationalism, ma'am. That's what you call right there. Your ass is in the paperwork. Period.
Your ass is in
so
the
don't
paperwork.
Come in here with that. That shit don't work on me. Down, Satan.
Homie, don't play that.
But before I go, Harvey, we want you to answer that question, dog. We're not accusing you, but we want you to answer that question. The whole world waiting. The whole world waiting, dog.
Yeah, he wasn't with no
and y'all
kids,
smash like we should have well over 2,000, 3,000 likes. And y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channel if y'all ain't.
Yeah. I don't care about them talking. Double tap the face of your screen if you're on your phone. Tap like that. Just tap it. Bam, bam. There we go. Shannon, who you talking to? You show who you want to show on your platform. This is my platform. You don't run nothing. And Obama ain't done nothing. That's for sure. Obama, Biden, and Kamala not in the Epstein files. Yeah. He wasn't. Thank you, June. Trump was Epstein's best friend. And Harvey Levin said he talked to Trump every day. So what the hell you talking about? Now you get your bullshit ass up out of here. How about that? How about you take your steak and fork ass up on out of here? Because, yeah. You're trying to bully me. And I don't feel like it. Let me see. Where we going? How we going? Hold on. A team of pedos. Let's hear Valhalla.
Adobe Acrobat Studio is all new. What can PDF spaces with AI do? Do a sales invoice good enough to eat? Adobe Express brings the heat. Now we're talking. It's time to share. Every page, every doc.
By suicide in jail, having been accused by many women at this stage of rape. So, Stacey, fast forward, you move to New York and you become friendly with Jeffrey Epstein. Take us through that friendship and his friendship with Donald Trump.
Yeah, so I was at the
I'm trying to find a recent one. Hold on. Get the likes up while I'm digging for y'all. Okay, let's go here. Y'all know I like it.
We are anonymous.
We are
and right
anonymous.
at midnight, Republican senators did something that tells you everything you need to know about Trump GOP politics in 2026. They blew up their own government funding bill in public in the Senate chamber. They got into a screaming match, then scurried out of the room like the building was on fire. And now the country is shoved closer to a government shutdown because the party that never stops yelling leadership cannot even lead itself. Here is what everybody expected to happen before the meltdown. The plan was supposed to be a compromise with a very specific structure. Republicans and some Democrats were supposed to approve a set of appropriations bills, but with one major adjustment to keep the ugliest fight from detonating the whole package. They were going to remove the Department of Homeland Security funding bill from a package of 5 other appropriations bills. Then they were going to pass those 5 appropriations bills cleanly. After that, the DHS appropriations bill, the one that includes additional funding for ICE and Border Patrol, was going to be handled through a continuing resolution that would run for 2 weeks. 2 weeks of temporary funding, 2 weeks of negotiations, 2 weeks where lawmakers would fight over restrictions on ICE and Border Patrol and what limits would be attached to that money. That was the track. That was the expectation. That was what was supposed to pass on Thursday. Everybody understood the mechanics. Everybody understood the sequencing. And everybody understood why it was built that way. Because the moment you jam DHS funding with ICE and Border Patrol money into the same clean package, you trigger objections, you trigger leverage games, and you risk the whole government going dark. But even that compromise had a ticking clock. Because if the appropriations bill passed in the Senate, it was going to have to be sent back to the House. The House had already passed its own appropriations package last week, a minibus that included 6...
whatever deal and plan they had going on behind the scenes was before the Epstein files came on out. See, they was planning on, they had a plan in works, but now them Epstein files is out. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to move. They don't know, wait a minute, now, we gonna get stuck. He finna get impeached. He finna go to prison. All of that good stuff like that. So whatever kooky shit they had planned. Now they reneging on it. What's his name? Lindsey Graham. He tried to slide one in. They rejected it. So now they don't want to back Trump.
Separate appropriations
understand?
bills, and they sent that to
They
the
don't
Senate.
want to back that
Democrats
big
in the
beautiful
Senate
bill
objected to some of
because
the
he's a
funding for
pedo.
ICE and Border Patrol. So if the Senate made any alterations at all, if the Senate
With
changed
bodies.
even one piece, it had to go back to the House, because the House and the Senate have to pass identical appropriations bills. Nothing can be different. Both chambers pass the exact same text. Then it goes to the president to be signed. That is the process. That is the law. That is how you keep the lights on. So what was the expectation? The expectation was that on Thursday the Senate would pass the 5 appropriations bills they could agree on. Then they would do the one Department of Homeland Security bill as a 2-week continuing resolution. Then they would negotiate restrictions over those 2 weeks. Then they would send it back to the House. And here is where the Trump GOP incompetence turns into a weapon. Speaker Maga, Mike Johnson, sent the House of Representatives on another vacation last week after they passed their package. They are in recess, not waiting on standby, not scheduled to rush back, not positioned to act quickly. Recess. So the assumption was that Maga Mike would have to call them back. Maybe Sunday, maybe Monday, with the obvious problem that you cannot count on all the MAGA Republicans to even show up when the job is literally to keep the government open. And the deadline was not theoretical. The shutdown was set to start basically at midnight on Friday, technically 12:01 a.m. on Saturday. That is the drop-dead moment. That is when the crisis becomes real. That is when people who work for the public get jerked around. That is when services start freezing. That is when the pain spreads. And then right at midnight, the Senate floor turned into a Trump GOP civil war. What happened was not a principled policy fight about funding levels or public safety. The big fight was between Lindsey Graham and other MAGA Republicans, and it was about something far more revealing. Right around midnight, Lindsey Graham apparently realized, maybe for the first time, that the House of Representatives had removed a provision from the appropriations bill, a provision that was in a prior appropriations bill, a provision that allowed Lindsey Graham and some other MAGA Republican senators and members of Congress to sue the Department of Justice, basically to sue the taxpayers over phone records connected to Special Counsel Jack Smith's investigation. Let that sink in.
Scared.
This is not a dispute over roads or schools or hospitals.
Scared.
This is a dispute over whether Trump GOP politicians get to build themselves a special cash lane through the courts. Here is the underlying story. Jack Smith subpoenaed phone records regarding individuals who called Donald Trump during the insurrection. And Lindsey Graham and some other MAGA Republican senators and members of Congress had phone numbers that showed up. There was no wiretapping, no eavesdropping. The text messages were not received. It was not some movie plot where agents are listening to calls.
And then he was
it was
drunk
the actual
live.
phone number itself, like on a phone bill appearing because
went
contact
viral
happened.
being drunk.
And Lindsey Graham was speaking to Donald Trump during the January 6th insurrection. That is why the number appeared. That is why it mattered. That is why Trump GOP freaks out whenever the paper trail comes into view. So what did Graham do in a prior bill? He built in what amounts to a cause of action, a legal claim that never existed before, something engineered specifically so he could sue. A lawsuit like that would normally be barred, but this provision tried to carve out a pathway for him and others to go after the government and the taxpayers and make millions. There was lots of backlash to that. It looked like a self-serving scheme because it was a self-serving scheme. And in the most recent appropriations bill, the House removed that provision. They cut it out. They yanked the ladder away, and Lindsey Graham exploded. He got pissed and said, no, that provision has to stay. There was a big fight. People got fired up. There was screaming, and then everybody stormed out. This is the moment you saw Republican senators scatter out of the chamber, not because Democrats shut them down, not because a vote failed, because Republicans attacked each other and killed their own momentum.
Wow. Lindsey had a powwow. It has to stay. We gotta be able to get some money for Trump. They're taking his properties and his house.
Now the Senate is approaching Friday with no bill agreed on in the way everyone expected.
And Lindsey Graham got pissed and he said, no, that provision has to stay. There was a big fight. Everybody stormed out, and now we approach Friday where there is no bill that the Senate has agreed on. They're going to show back up Friday morning and try to figure something out.
They're going to show up Friday morning and try to figure something out, but everyone watching could see what it meant. If they are storming out at midnight, they are not voting the way they told the public they would. So the shutdown cliff moves closer because Trump GOP cannot stop prioritizing personal protection and internal vendettas over basic governance. Reporters on Capitol Hill called it plainly. Andrew Daddario said it was official. No votes tonight on the appropriations bill, and it seemed like we were heading into a government shutdown. The Senate would arrive early on Friday to talk about all of this, but it was a complete and utter mess. That was not spin. That was the reality in real time. And look at the leadership posture. Senator Thune, the majority leader, left the Capitol as the Senate sat there, without any agreement for a funding deal, while we headed toward a shutdown very soon. Thune tried to sound calm, saying he hoped they could get the issues resolved, that there were snags on both sides.
Right now, we've got snags on both sides, but tomorrow's another day. Hopefully people will be in a spirit to try and get this done tomorrow. That's my hope.
That tomorrow was another day, that hopefully people would be in the spirit to get it done tomorrow. Hope, spirit, tomorrow. That is what you say when you are not in control of your own caucus. Democratic leader Chuck Schumer left the chamber and said Republicans needed to get their act together, that Graham was the holdup. But he would not say when asked repeatedly if Democrats were clear of objections on their side. And then the details sharpened. We learned it was Lindsey Graham who put a hold on the funding deal over the House provision repealing what was called the Arctic Frost provisions, authorizing millions of dollars in payouts to senators connected to the lawfully issued subpoena from Jack Smith.
Democratic leader Chuck Schumer left the Senate chambers, and he said Republicans need to get their act together and that Graham is the holdup, but wouldn't say when asked several times if Dems are clear of objections on their side. We also learned that it was Lindsey Graham who put a hold on the funding deal over a House provision repealing what's called the Arctic Frost provisions, authorizing millions of dollars in payouts to senators for special counsel Jack Smith's lawfully issued, validly issued subpoena.
Graham apparently got into a big fight with Senator Thune. Everybody was fired up, screaming at each other, and that is what went down. And Lindsey Graham, when pressed, tried to frame himself as a defender of the abused. He told reporter Laura Weiss and others that he fixed the problem people had, that he was not going to ignore what happened, that if you were abused, if you think you were abused.
I fixed the problem that people had. I'm not going to ignore what happened. If you were abused, you think you were abused, your phone records were seized, you should have your day in court.
That is the line. That is the performance. The problem is the premise. A phone number appearing in subpoenaed records tied to an insurrection investigation is not a magic ticket for senators to sue taxpayers for millions.
Graham was also railing against the funding deal, saying the cops need us right now. They're being demonized. They're being spat upon. They can't sleep at night.
But in Trump GOP world, accountability is always persecution, and persecution is always profitable if they can write the rules. Then Graham starts railing about the funding deal in another direction, saying the cops need us right now, they are being demonized, they are being spat upon, they cannot sleep at night. Who are the cops here, Lindsey? You mean ICE and Border Patrol? You can call them whatever you want, but dressing up immigration enforcement as heroic community policing is part of the con. They are not traditional law enforcement with extensive standards and training. They are a force that has been used to terrorize communities, and the Trump GOP instinct is always the same. More money, more power, less oversight. And if anyone objects, call it demonization. That is the script. Now, while the Senate is imploding, what is Donald Trump doing? Trump, the center of gravity for this entire movement, is not governing. He is not stabilizing. He is not fixing. He is doing Trump things. He is at another premiere for the Melania movie, and he sure looks thrilled to be there. Thrilled in the most sarcastic sense possible. This is the movie tied to a $40 million deal, with additional tens of millions poured into promotion. A glossy spectacle floating above a country about to hit a shutdown wall. There is even a clip from that night, where Melania is asked what people should take away from the film, and she answers with a string of packaged emotions. Emotion, passion, grief, sadness, celebration, love. It is branding. It is performance. It is the Trump orbit selling a mood, while the government they want to control is staggering toward a crisis. And then that same evening, Trump sues the IRS.
To them, and what is something that you want people to take away from this film? Here in this film, they will see a lot of emotion, passion, grief, sadness, celebration, love. So that's the message for the.
He sues the Treasury Department. He sues his own government for $10 billion. $10 billion. While people are suffering living paycheck to paycheck. While healthcare is being ripped away for many. While MAGA Republicans behave like little babies and blow up their own bill, Trump is in court mode demanding a fortune. He claims the leak of his IRS records caused reputational harm, even though he is whining about something from years ago, and every former president released tax returns other than Donald Trump. And when Trump's records came out, they came out through lawful pathways as well, after Congress pursued them and courts allowed releases. The story those records told is exactly why Trump fought so hard to hide them. Years where he paid no taxes, years where he paid $750, and now at the moment when the government is not even guaranteed funding, he is demanding $10 billion from the same system he wants to bend to his will. And it gets more offensive. The lawsuit is aimed at Treasury leadership, including Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. So picture the Trump GOP moral universe. They flirt with shutting down the government. Then Trump sues that government, then the public ends up footing the bill for the legal circus. That is what it feels like to live under a movement that treats public institutions as a personal piggy bank. Earlier that same day, Trump also said he does not want housing prices to go down. He said he wants to keep existing homeowners wealthy, keep prices up, not destroy the value of their homes, so that somebody who did not work very hard can buy a home.
For people that own their homes, and they can be assured that's what's going to happen. Existing housing, people that own their homes, we're going to keep them wealthy. We're going to keep those prices up. We're not going to destroy the value of their homes so that somebody that didn't work very hard can buy a home. We're going to make it easier to buy.
He says he will make it easier to buy, get interest rates down, but he wants to protect the people who feel wealthy because their home value is high.
We're going to get interest rates down, but I want to protect the people that for the first time in their lives feel good about themselves. They feel like that they're wealthy people. And I want them to understand that, there's so much talk about, we're going to drive housing prices down. I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up.
That is the cruelty in plain language. Keep prices high, lock people out, and insult anyone struggling as lazy. That is Trump GOP economics. It is not about housing. It is about hierarchy. And then you have one more piece on the Senate floor. Another Republican Senator, Tillis, attacking the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem over disaster funding and FEMA. He cites reporting that roughly $17 billion in federal disaster funds has been delayed over the past year. Delays stemming from a directive issued in June requiring that any expenditure over $100,000 be approved by her office. He describes a bottleneck, including money already approved by regional FEMA offices for debris removal and repairs to roads, bridges, water systems, and sewer systems. He says it is being delayed, and he says this confirms what people in western North Carolina have known for the past year. So even inside their own party, the story is fragmentation and blame. While the actual governing work, the work that affects disaster recovery paychecks, basic services gets dragged into their internal warfare. That is the full picture. A government funding plan built on a fragile compromise. A House sent away on recess by Maga Mike Johnson. A Senate trying to juggle identical text requirements. A shutdown deadline at 12:01 a.m. Saturday. And then a midnight implosion because Lindsey Graham wants a special provision preserved. A provision tied to phone records connected to Trump during January the 6th. A provision designed to let politicians sue the government and taxpayers. The chamber erupts. Senators storm out. No votes happen when expected, and the country gets shoved toward shutdown territory because Trump GOP cannot stop turning governance into a hostage situation. And the ugliest part is how predictable it all is. They always claim they are protecting America, but they are protecting themselves. They always claim they are backing the blue, but they are backing power without accountability. They always claim they are the adults in the room, but at midnight they prove they are not even adults in their own caucus. They're a total and utter mess, and they keep asking the public to pay the price for their mess, while Trump sues for billions, sells a premiere, and lectures working people about who deserves to own a home.
Told you Best Buy had a great deal.
98-inch Samsung, plus free install.
And we avoid the Dave Cave.
You're in the Dave Cave now! Woo! I'm not taking my eyes off this TV.
Shop Best Buy for great prices on extra large Samsung TVs.